Good morning. Should check check to make sure my mic worked there. It obviously does. I just coughed into it, so I'm sure that was super loud. All right, turning off that second monitor. I'm locking up my phone here, so that way it's not a distraction. Got a little lockbox beside me. It's a little timed lockbox, so put this in here for 2 hours and 2 hours and 55 minutes. Getting started a little early this morning. I woke up early. So I got that locked up there. Got a cup of tea with me. And let's take a look. So 8:30 there was a news event. Picked up some volatility in here. You can see the overnight highs clearly up here. It's looking like a range. The overnight lows are all the way down here. So I'm going to extend this right. Though it looks like we might be finding some support around this area. So I'm going to put a support line in there as well. Looking at the trends, starting up here. Looks like we have a short-term uptrend, or a shorter-term uptrend that has a break and new high. Clearly we have a congestive area, so we're moving up congestive area. Looks like it gets a slight failed breakout that leads to the true break and new high. So it already has a break and new high here, but this is a more convincing break and new high. And then we just continue to sort of chop sideways. So we come back within this range and chop sideways for a little bit. In fact, I might even expand this. Maybe not. Now, a trend like that could be correct, but I'd rather look at something maybe tighter, something tighter like that. It's already going to break a new low. Overall, we're just playing the range here. You might be able to draw an uptrend. It's not able to play out. So you can see prices move down below the EMA. Doesn't look like this is going to get a break in new high. So I am sort of down biased. I'm thinking prices are going to head from the highs up here down to the lows down here. But they're finding some support around this area. So you can see here, and prices bounced again in the same zone. They're testing it again right now. There's a downtrend going on right here that just got a break in new low, and you're coming off of this support zone. It's not confirmed enough that I'm willing to take a long here. So even though we have the break and the new low, if we get a good signal bar here, there could potentially be an entry as like a sort of a triple test off this support zone. But it's not a confirmed enough place for me. And I'm expecting prices to come down to these lows ultimately. So I'm going to skip that trade if it does set up. Finally got some good sleep for once. So last night went to bed at like 10 and woke up at 6:30 this morning. So still woke up early, but because I went to bed so early, it's fine. And I actually feel great. It's funny how whenever you get some sleep, you feel great. Yesterday I was super tired, and whenever I was listening back to the recording, looking at some places that I traded right and you know didn't trade so well, or just places I wanted to study, I noticed I was like, man, I just sound tired. But not today. Feeling a lot better today. Got the whole trading day ahead of me. Trading from 9:05 until 12 p.m. So 9:05 a.m., 12 p.m. Take a 1 hour break from 12 to 1, and then I'll be back on from 1 until 3:30 p.m. So hopefully we get some movement today. Hopefully we get a trade. It is Thursday. Haven't taken a trade this week. It's okay though. I'm here to learn, and learn I will. So we're going through, we just made a lower low right here. So there was this one, we made a slight higher low. I was saying this is kind of a support zone, but look at that, we just made a lower low and we're making lower highs continuously, lower high, lower high, lower high. So I definitely think we're working towards this support. So I'm gonna wait to take anything until we reach the support or we get a strong change in bias. Right now, there's nothing for me to do but sit here and wait. So I've got a little notepad in front of me. There's nothing really happening in the market, and I just realized there's some things I need to do this afternoon, so I'm writing them down. I didn't realize I had so much to do today. Now that I started, I'm just writing everything down. It was like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 things I just wrote down there. Crazy. But now I don't have to think about them. Go back to the chart. So the short-term downtrend has now played out. Looks like we're working towards a second leg down. Prices are finding some support down here at this level that I mentioned earlier, and they're congesting. So you got a doji, and then two kind of, I mean, this is a bearish bar right here, but it's two pretty neutral bars in the scheme of the range, or in the scheme of this little congestion. I'll even draw this slightly wider, or the true channel down there. Because this failed to play out, I'm going to look at a possible downtrend here, just to jump the gun on that a little bit. I wouldn't want to play it until it's more confirmed. But whenever something doesn't play out like that, I have to wonder, okay, why did that happen? It's possible that it's just tighter. Maybe it's like this. It does have a breaking new low, so maybe I'll hold off on that because you could draw that there pretty well. That looks fine there. So maybe, let's see what's going to happen. Price is still chopping sideways within this congestive area. So I wasn't sure. I thought this might be a little failed breakout of this congestive area, but it looks like it is continuing to hold. So I think that this is still a thing. I'm going to remove this support zone because I don't think that it's coming into play at all. I think clearly there was some buying down at this level. You can see from like, kind of here, there's definitely some buying, but it's not holding. So I'm going to remove that because it's not very useful. Looking for prices to come down to this measured move. I want to see what happens as prices come down here. We got about 15 more minutes until the open. Not interested in anything until prices come down to this support level, which is where I think they're headed. It's possible that after prices broke this previous tighter range right here, that this resistance becomes some support. I know I had that. I basically had the same level drawn earlier. But now here it is again. I just noticed this. It could be the case. This downtrend has already played out. We're definitely finding some buying here. Even the retest trend, so if you draw the short-term downtrend right here, so this is kind of the main downtrend, gets a break with these kind of two legs up, and then this retest short-term downtrend already has a breaking new low of its own too. So everything to the downside has played out. Not sure if prices are going to continue lower or not. I will be right back. I have to go run and do something real quick. Okay, I'm back. Looks like I did not miss a single thing. Price continued to chop sideways here. Going to remove that level, even though that could have come into play there. Price are now breaking out of this congestive area. We've reached the measured move down. So we have the 1, 2 measured moves there. I'm leaning towards that this uptrend is drawn tighter like this and already has a break in new high. So want to see what prices do as they come down to these lows. Everything has played out to the downside so far, but we are making continuous lower highs and lower lows. Lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high, lower low. Actually makes a higher low here, but then a lower low, lower low. So basically continuous down action. As prices come off of these lows, it's possible that there's a higher low, and maybe I'd be interested in something like that as we're so far from the EMA. Expecting support here. Downtrends have played out, even though there is the lower highs and lower lows going on. I wouldn't want to take this even if there is a good signal bar, because we haven't reached these lows yet. And it's just a little bit too early. I meditated this morning. Usually I meditate at night, but I've been less consistent with it just because I've been so freaking tired at night. So I've actually like shifted my whole entire schedule around, not so that I can meditate in the morning, but I shifted everything around. That I noticed, hey, I've got a little bit of extra time in the morning now that I sort of changed things around. So I think I'm going to start doing that in the mornings now. Initially I was waking up early-ish. I mean, I was waking up at like, I don't know, 8 o'clock and working out each morning, then making breakfast before I hopped on for the day to trade. But I got a gym membership because I was getting tired of just using these adjustable dumbbells at home. So I got a gym membership, and now I'm working out in the afternoons. So it frees up some time in the morning. So even if I woke up later, even if I woke up at 8:30, I could still have time to meditate for 20 minutes, make some breakfast, and then come on. But I'll probably still just keep getting up at 8, meditate, make some breakfast, get on a little bit earlier. This morning, I woke up really early, like I said, but I had some time to go through yesterday's chart. So I did study it at the end of day yesterday, but it always helps to sleep on it and come back with a fresh set of eyes. So I definitely noticed some things that I didn't notice before whenever I looked at it this morning, which is really nice. So maybe I'll just, continue that, or I don't know, just kind of figuring it out, but so far so good. It's definitely one of the best things about trading and working for yourself. So you can just kind of, make whatever schedule works best for you. Big reason I did that was to be able to trade. And it's funny now. Well, there's nothing really funny about it, but it's just nice to be able to make your own schedule. Just about 3 minutes from the open here. Looks like we are turning up a little bit off of this measured move. Coming back to the EMA is what it looks like. So we had that failed breakout of the congestive area. So failed breakout of this congestive area, looks like we are coming back within, probably going to test the EMA. And we'll see if we're going to go lower off that or not. Because like I said, all the downtrends have played out. You have this one has played out, and then this correction trend has also played out. coming back within this range. Ultimately, I'm expecting prices to come down and test this support, but it's possible that we get another correction trend, maybe a short-term uptrend with a break a new high, like a 2 legs up before we go down there. We'll just have to wait and see what happens, but right now I'm not exactly looking for any trades. I'm not looking for a short. I'm not looking for a long just yet, but we are getting close. Getting close to possibly looking for a long. My dog is freaking out downstairs. He's been barking for like half an hour. Testing the EMA. Not a very strong push up. So that is a strong bearish bar, but for the most part it was just kind of a sideways bar that happened to close on its highs. It's getting a little bit of follow through, but for the most part this is just a doji. Looks like we're back within this range. Again, closed on its highs, but mainly it was a sideways bar. Can definitely draw a short-term uptrend here. Continuing up and through the EMA. We're about a few seconds from the open. And finding some rejection off the EMA. Ended up super neutral there. Volatility picking up as expected. Close outside of the short-term uptrend. Let's see if we're able to create a break and new high. Prices look like they're struggling at this old resistance up here from the previous range. So they weren't able to close through the EMA and they weren't able to close through this resistance. Short-term uptrend, might or might not get a break and new high. Still expecting prices to come down to these lows. Oops. We already reached this measured move, so we've already had 2 measured moves down. Everything's played out to the downside. It's pretty up in the air as far as what's going to happen now. Looks like we're back within this range. Prices have played the upper side and they've now played the lower side, so it's possible that we just stay within this. Also possible that this is a little bit larger and that's truly a midline, but I'm going to keep it here for now. So we are attempting to make a break a new high of the short-term uptrend. So you can see prices came down. They've tried to go higher. So it's possible we get some sort of lower high or failure, but I'm not sure enough about that. I'm not going to take anything like that. So there's a lower high right there. With this range looking like it's coming back into play, with all that congestion and the uncertainty as far as where prices are going, I don't think that I can personally take that trade. We are getting some continued down movement there. So it looks like this range is no longer in play. Now that we've come back within, we tried to hold it and then we've broken out the low side again. We're getting mighty close to this support level. Short-term uptrend was not able to play out, so this resistance could come into play later. I want to draw this downtrend in case that comes into play. I'm going to draw the resistance in case prices play off of that later on. So now that we're coming really close to the support level, I'm going to start thinking of taking some longs. Right now, this downtrend right here is still in play. So I'm not going to want to fight against that. I'd like to see a break and new extreme, or a break and a couple tests down, creating something like a failure. That's what I'm looking for. So we're now testing the support. Looks like we're probably going to close through it there. That's a pretty strong down move. Could be exhaustive. So you can see we overshot this downtrend right here. Oh, maybe not. Okay, so we closed back within the support and back within this downtrend. Next bar is getting some follow through though. So we traded up here. We found some buying here. And prices came back and they tested it again. We're finding buying again. Let's see what's going to happen with this downtrend. Ideally, like I said, I'd like to see a break and new low of the downtrend before going long. But with prices bumping right up against this support level already, I don't know if that's going to happen. There's definitely still the possibility of a larger downtrend going on, as prices have just continued to work down throughout this whole entire range so far. But that's it's pretty wide. I don't want to let that influence me quite yet. Looks like we're going to get a close outside of this downtrend. So we have a close outside of this. Close outside of the downtrend here. Expecting prices to attempt the new low. And I want to see what's going to happen as they do. If they do. We could also get a failed second entry short. We're getting a strong push up as is. Finding some selling at the EMA. And it looks like we're probably going to get our first attempt at this break and new low now. Prices are pausing, getting a pause bar. Pushing a little bit up and over the EMA. Looks like we're going to close up and over it. And getting rejected right there. Ending up basically as a pure doji. Getting some push through right at the end there. For the most part, that was a pretty sideways bar. Looks like we are getting that first attempt down though. So making the potential for a failed second entry short. This would create a higher low. So if we get a good signal bar here, that could be a decent trade. But this downtrend hasn't played out. I would have liked to see a nice push above the EMA. If I was going to take a higher low there, even then I might still not take it. Not a good signal bar anyway. Prices are just chopping sideways. We have 1, 2, 3 stacked bars right now, and the fourth one is staying within it. So this is clearly congestion. There's a doji within that as well. So I'm not seeing a strong push away from this support level as is. Gonna wait. It's possible that we still get a push up and then a failed second entry, in which case I might be interested in entering. But right now, not seeing that. Right now, we're just looking at this congestive area. So you can see this right here. Clearly congestive, 1, 2, 3, 4 stacked bars now with the doji, lots of sideways action, and we are moving higher. Strong push up. So we've now pushed up and out of this range. Closing on its highs. Didn't retrace that much. So as it went up, there's a strong push up. It retraced less than halfway and then closed close to its highs. So let's see if we're able to get any follow through here. There might be a failed second entry short setting up, in which case I might be interested in entering. We are getting some follow through on this bullish bar. So I want to draw a uptrend here. It could be valid. bumping up against this possible resistance. So it was resistance earlier, and it looks like it is coming into play a little bit, but prices were able to push up and through there. They're not having too much trouble. Chances are I'm just going to remove that. Going to draw this off of this swing instead of the one where I had it off of. Get it a little bit tighter there. Still the possibility of a failed second entry, though we're getting a little bit far away from the EMA, so it's unlikely that'll set up. Right now I am looking for longs though. Long biased for sure. Looks like we pushed up and through that resistance level, so I'm going to remove that because I don't think it's coming into play. There's this congestive area with this breakout that still hasn't been tested, so I'm expecting prices to come back and test this area right now. I'm going to put in an order just in case we get a failed second entry. So there's a bearish bar right there, still closing within this uptrend, but it looks like it is probably going to break soon. I'm going to edit this just a tad, so that way it fits better off both sides. I like that. That's your failed second entry, and I'm not looking to take that. So I'm still looking for longs, but I'm probably going to look for some sort of second entry long or some sort of other long setup. Okay, so we're breaking this uptrend. I'm expecting a break and new high. Now this is broken. We're coming back to test this range area and this breakout. So prices broke out strongly within broke out strongly of this range area. I don't think the Gremlin is right, even though I tried to fix that. But anyway, prices are coming back and testing that breakout now. So this is the breakout test. Going to see if prices are able to either come back within or if they're going to hold this as support. There's a potential long setup here. This would create a second entry long, but I'm not interested in taking this one. It's definitely a possibility. Just kind of looks sideways and congestive to me. But as I said, you're looking for this break and new high. It's a second entry long. Prices created this breakout pullback of this area, so there's merit to it, but I'm not interested. It looks too sideways. I'm waiting for a complete second leg down, so if we get a bearish bar or a bullish bar here, then I will be probably taking that. Still looking sideways. We weren't able to break lower below this bearish bar, which I would have preferred, but if we get a nice bullish bar, I'm probably still going to take that. Right now, prices are looking really sideways though, as this bar so far has just chopped sideways within these other two bars. And even if it closes towards the size, again, this is a range bar, clearly congestion going on right now. One, two, three, four stacked bars with what looks like two dojis. Now we have a true test of this old resistance. Looking for a break and new high. Looks like we might get a bullish signal bar here. There's a chance that I would take that. It is a second entry long. And signal bar is no good. Super congestive still. Gonna go ahead and remove that. Price is looking super choppy. There is the potential for a higher low here, but with how sideways prices are looking and we're getting really close to these highs, I don't think that I would be looking to take that either. building out a new congestive area. So there we go. So we've now failed to make this break a new low, and we're really struggling to make this break a new high. Looks like there might be like a range within a range right here. Maybe with this resistance from earlier coming into play, there could be some sort of range, like I said, range within a range. Something like this or up here. Something like that could be right. And it would explain this resistance here, the support here, and that support there as well. So it's definitely a possibility. We've now made 2 full legs down. So this definitely resembles 2 legs down here. Possible that there's a long entry, but the signal bar is selling off. So it started out really strong and then it sold off just as strongly. Looks like prices are coming back down to this support area. Made a double top, 1, 2, another double top right there. So we could get a second entry long, maybe off this support. Definitely a possibility. Prices are looking really sideways and choppy though. You can see there's this micro range, there's another one right here, and there's another one right here. So definitely super choppy. Chart is looking pretty cluttered right now. I hate having this much stuff on it, but it kind of helps me understand what's going on, so I'm leaving it. So right now, it definitely looks like there is this resistance up here, and there's definitely support down here. So I'm just waiting until prices reach one of these levels and then determining what to do from there. As prices go from one to the other, I'm not too interested in what's going on. So that's a big bearish bar right there. Possible magnetic effect. I'm going to put in an order just in case. Magnetic effect being whenever there's a big bullish or bearish bar that ends exactly at support or resistance and then traps people. Continuing to move lower. Looks like we might be breaking outside. Going to take another look at this downtrend, as it looks like this could be coming into play here. So we are breaking through support, and we're breaking through it strongly too. So we've now touched it. We had an uptrend that couldn't even play out, and I do think that this uptrend is correct. So this correction trend that couldn't even play out after prices came off the support, and then now prices are moving down, breaking through the support. This is looking like this downtrend could be correct here. Going to remove that there. I'm going to put this resistance up here because it kind of helps understand what's going on there, and it might come into play later. Clearly that was correct. Drag this over because that kind of helped understand what's going on there. And we're getting a strong downtrend. So I'm going to draw this here. Looks like this could be correct. If we kind of position that with the midline so it's getting some play there, it could be right. Going to draw the range measured move. So this is one target to the downside. One target to the downside right now. Ideally, I want to see a breakout pullback. So I want to see prices test this support. But with how strong this downtrend is, if we get a second entry short, I'm probably going to be interested in taking that. Looks like prices are going to test the opposite side of the downtrend right now. So we're testing the opposite side, testing the support of this downtrend, and prices are just plowing right through there. Just moving right on through. It's a very strong short-term downtrend that's going on right now. Prices might just move all the way down to the measured move. Definitely a possibility. Wow, that's very strong. This downtrend could be steeper. Maybe it actually starts right here. Like that. We're moving all the way to this measured move already. That is a crazy strong down move. Look at all those continuous bearish bars. Bear bar, bear bar, bear bar, bear, 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 bear. Just continues down. So the only entry that I would consider right now is if this downtrend got a break and new low and then a higher low, still far from the EMA, I would consider buying. This looks like it could be exhaustion. There's a chance that we get a full two-legged correction back. And if that is the case, then I would be willing to take a short. But with the overshoot of this downtrend and the extreme selling that's going on right here, I'm hesitant to go short. So we now have a break and new low. So I'm not looking for any shorts. A break and new low of the downtrend. You can see right here, moves down, close outside, and a new low for this downtrend means that it has played out. We're bouncing right off of this measured move. I don't know if bouncing is the right word actually. we're continuing to move down strongly. And it's possible that the slightly wider downtrend that I had drawn is coming into play. Doesn't really look like it though. I want to keep that in mind in case it does, because that could come into play. Clearly we're getting something off of this opposite side. So we got a little 1-2 right there. So that could be correct. Looks like prices are playing that midline there, potentially. They did not respect this measured move even a little bit. So that is where the prices broke this strong short-term downtrend, but then they just pushed right on through and did not find any support there. This is definitely a strong downtrend going on right now. We've already broken yesterday's lows. So I am looking for shorts again. We have had this break and new low, so I was saying maybe I would look for a higher low, but not whenever prices are looking like this. This is continued down movement. We're getting small bars. We are finding some buying down here. You can see that the selling is sort of wearing down. We got these very repeated bearish bars, a break, repeated bearish bars, but then the buying comes in here, and now we're looking choppy and congestive. You can see that there. Lots of sideways movement. Continuing to move down. Just continuing on down. This is very, very strong. Looks like we might be still caught in this congestive area. Getting a very momentous move down. Price is not even coming back to this main side, which could be correct, drawing it off of the opposite. Finally getting a test off of that, or it looks like we're going to. Yep, so testing that downtrend, and it's looking like this is correct. Continuing down there. Didn't get a setup, unfortunately, but we are continuing down. Crazy strong downtrend. Again, does look like it's losing a little bit of momentum though. So if we move this up, get this congestive area, we get a breakout pullback of that before we're heading lower again. Even though we're coming off of what looks like the downtrend, prices are clearly struggling to go lower. It looks like there might be some sort of spike in channel going on. So you can see here, something like that. Definitely bias is short though, so I'm looking for short setups only. I'm thinking this downtrend is not actually correct with the way that it's playing. It could be, still could be, but I don't think it helps you very much. So it looks like this short-term downtrend gets a break in new low and then goes into a spike in channel. And you are getting a very strong downtrend. So a more advanced trader might consider taking any good signal bars that come off of this channel. But I am not going to do that. Ideally, I'm going to see a second entry short after prices break this, ideally off the EMA, but that might not happen. Looks like we are pulling back to the EMA now. It's a decently strong push up and finding some resistance at the EMA. Prices traded down and then traded back up, creating a doji. We have a break below that doji. Looking for a second entry short here. Looks like we might even get a triple test off of this level. So I'm going to put my order in case we do get this second entry short now. Price looking a little bit congestive. We have 1, 2, 3 stacked bars, possibly creating a fourth stacked bar. Downtrend is very strong. We're getting a nice bearish bar there. I'm going to take that if it breaks lower. So it is a pretty big bearish bar there, so it's possible that is some exhaustion. Definitely finding some congestion down in this area. So we'll see if we get out of this. Not sure. Definitely not the greatest trade ever, but with how strong prices have been, plus the second entry short, big bearish bar off the EMA, got stopped out. I thought it might be worth the risk. Still looking for a potential short entry here. So it's possible that we still get some sort of triple test up here. I am going to take that as well. Looks like my order's already in the perfect place. And draw this just in case. Yep. So it looks like now the short-term uptrend has a break in new high and we're coming off this resistance area with a nice bearish bar. So I like taking that risk. Price is just moving sideways, so not getting that push away that I was sort of hoping for. It looks like we might have a range here. Sort of hard to tell with those orders in the way, but it looks like we might have some sort of range here. And we are pushing down, so we got out of that order, got out of that trade, rather. So it looks like I just jumped the gun a little bit on this one. It's unfortunate this trade was quite a bit larger. This one was 3 points, and it looks like this one was only two points. So it's unfortunate the trade was a little bit bigger, but yeah, I'll have to study that a little bit later. Take a look at the broader context. Have this downtrend. It looks like it might have gotten an overshoot, but I am going to drag this out because it's not acting like an overshoot. So initially I thought this was an exhaustive overshoot, but prices just continued down and they haven't reversed like you would expect with an overshoot. You get this short-term downtrend, gets a break and new low, goes into a spike in channel, 2 legs up, and it looks like now we are creating the break and new low for the spike in channel. I'm still not thinking about any long entries. Even though we might be coming off these range lows right now, it feels far too risky to take any sort of long with this strong of a down bias. I'm going to pull that back up. So I initially thought that it might be, might want to pull that down, but we're getting a pretty strong move down here. So I might pull it back down, but it looks like we are breaking through this, what I thought might have been some range support. And that's why I'm not looking to take any longs here. There we go, continuing to push lower, even down through what could be, or what I thought could have been the opposite side there. If I line up the midline with this right here, then we might be getting a bounce there. Looks like we did get a close through that though. So just going to keep dragging this down and seeing where it fits. Maybe something like that. Definitely getting continued down action. There's a possibility for a larger spike in channel down. Something like that. Could be possible. Still only looking for shorts. Only 10:01, and it looks like we have already moved since the overnight highs. Already moved 50 points down, so that is quite large. Although in the grand scheme of things, I guess it's only less than 1% move down. So it looks like this spike in channel might be coming into play here. Going to pull up this here just in case this is the opposite side of the major downtrend. Price still looking pretty choppy and sideways. So looking at the series of bars here, we get a nice bearish bar, some pause bars, continued bearish movement, and now some more pause bars. Looks like prices are congesting. You can see all the stacked dojis. breaking out of this congestive area. I'm waiting until prices return to this side right here. Even though you do have a failed breakout off the EMA, not a good signal bar anyway. I was going to say, if you got a good signal bar there, would have had merit with the failed breakout being off the EMA and such a strong downtrend. But we're continuing to move higher. So you can see that there. Looks like there is a correction trend going on. Correction trend coming back to this possible downtrend. I want to see how prices react here. Looks like they might just push up and through. Close. So could technically pull this out just a tad. Maybe that's still correct, but I'm not hopeful. Watching to see if we get any kind of lower high off of this area. That would be a second entry short as well. Going to draw the full trend here. And it looks like this downtrend is most likely not correct. So we have a little correction trend working up. Still not thinking of taking any longs. This has been such a strong downtrend that I'm just waiting for the correction to play out, and then I'm waiting for down momentum to continue here. Notice how within this uptrend, there's not really a series of bull bars. So we get a strong bull bar, and then we get a couple pause bars, strong bull bar that doesn't quite close on its highs, a little bit of follow through, pause bar that closes on its highs, pause bar. Compare that to this downtrend with all of these very strong moves down, very strong bearish bars down. I mean, this is kind of comparable, but even this looks stronger. So you can tell that the buying is not as strong as the selling, or at least it's not as strong here as it was back here, is all I'm trying to say there. There's definitely the possibility of some sort of long entry looking for the break a new high of the correction. But like I said, with it being against the overall bias, I do think that it's better just to wait for this to play out and wait on and look for some long or some shorts after that plays out. Getting some congestive action. We have one bar here, two doji stacked within it. Close outside of the uptrend. Clearly stacking within this bar with lots of sideways action. So within this bar here, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, almost 6 stacked bars. Definitely congested. Could even be a little bit lower, but right now I'm going to keep it here. Looks like we are going to move to a break and new high of this correction trend, in which case I'll resume looking for shorts. Even though we're coming off what looks like the opposite side of this downtrend, So with this downtrend, it looks like we are probably coming off the opposite side. I would still be looking to take some shorts after this correction plays out, as long as we get the right move. So we do have the break and new high. Not a very good signal bar there, but if you did have a big bearish signal bar, that could be a potential short. For me, I'm going to wait for some sort of lower high or failure. Watching for this resistance to come back into play. So it came into play back here for these trades. It's possible that comes back into play again. Uptrend, break new high. We might get some sort of second leg up. Gonna remove this congestive area. I don't think it's helping. So we are getting that second leg up. Potential for a bearish bar. Now that we've had break and two legs up, some space from the EMA up at this resistance level. If prices are able to tick up and give me a nice bearish bar, then I'll be interested in going short. I do want to be careful not to get too locked into going short. Yes, this does look like a big downtrend. Yes, we have had a lot of down movement, but with that, we might get a pretty strong correction here to pull back on some of this, because as prices move through here, prices were not able to pull back and fill a lot of the orders that were left behind. So it's definitely possible that prices trade up quite a bit. So I don't want to get too locked into going short, even though I do think that short is the prevailing direction right now. So it looks like a break, two legs up, turning off of this resistance level. If we get some sort of move through the EMA, then that would be interesting to me. Rather, we're finding support at the EMA, continuing to move up. The strong up movement right there, closing on its highs. Is it going to get any sort of continuation? Looks like volatility is picking up a lot. We did get continuation there with another perfect bullish bar. Lots of momentum coming in here. So we got a pause bar and then a very strong bullish bar closing close to its highs. We're getting far away from the EMA. I want to experiment with some sort of larger uptrend. Something like that potentially. That was a very strong push away. It's possible that this is just the extended break and new high of this uptrend from before. And I want to see about any kind of measured move to the high side. We're getting some space to the EMA. And look at that. So we broke lower and then we just shot higher. So we're getting another perfect bar. Possible exhaustion to the upside right now. This is what I was thinking could happen with a strong uptrend. After this big down movement, we're coming back to fill a lot of these orders in this this breakout. So we've reached the measured move up. So we've created 2 legs up now. Looks like we might be overshooting this uptrend if it's correct, just a tad, but not in a huge way. Maybe no overshoot there. I'm just gonna draw that a little bit. I'm gonna draw this off of this base instead. I think that'll sort of come perfectly off right there. So I'm not looking to take any shorts, even though we've made these 2 legs up. We're far away from the EMA. I could see the potential for some sort of lower high to ride it back to the EMA, but with this possible uptrend in play, I don't think that's a very smart decision. And I want to see if we're able to push past this measured move. Moving sideways, we have 4 stacked bars now. Continuing higher, make another new high. And still continuing higher, making a lot of space from that EMA. We've pushed past the measured move just a bit and riding off the opposite side of that larger uptrend there. So I'm definitely not looking to take any shorts. I just want to wait and see what happens. I'm not at all surprised that we're finding such strong buying, especially with the way prices have been recently, where basically any sell-off has just been bought up. So we could just straight rally from here. I think from a standpoint of these trends and everything, it looks to me like we should go lower, but with how prices have been recently, any sell-off has just been reversed. So this could be the same. We could just reverse straight on up there. So you got to keep an eye out for that. Definitely want to see how prices react around this downtrend, assuming they're able to get there. It's possible that this is, in the end, some sort of overshoot. So maybe if it's here, this is possibly some sort of overshoot, and we're just going to see a extended up move, because I don't see anything that fits super well. Like if you put it down here, the midline doesn't fit super well. But here we are, we're pulling back to this uptrend. Looks like we've made these 2 measured moves, 1 leg, 2nd leg up. And I want to see if there's any kind of long entry. There might be a hidden 2nd entry long happening right now, right off of this trend line. So you can see possibly a 1, 2. I'm not going to take that. This looks like a bunch of sideways action, and then 1 leg down to me. It could possibly be a long entry if we create a more pronounced 2nd leg. So now there is the potential for a true 2nd entry here. Like I said, we've already made 2 legs up. To me, it looks like this uptrend is still correct, as we've played off the opposite side pretty well. We have what looks like 3 touches here. I would definitely consider taking a long here because of how strong this has been, but I do realize that because we made these 2 measured legs up, I am a little bit hesitant. So I want to see some strength if we're going to, because we're definitely getting some congestion. 3 stacked bars, all 3 of them dojis. Yeah, not interested in that. If it breaks lower and we do get a strong bar though, maybe. So let's see what's going to happen. Just got to wait and see. Looks like this might be a fourth stacked bar here. We have 3 stacked dojis currently. We're coming off the EMA, not seeing any strength whatsoever, at least not right now. The only strength I'm seeing is to the downside. Looks like there's a correction trend working down. So a correction trend down. I'm thinking that this uptrend is still correct and that we're most likely going to have a move to test the extremes. But at least right now, it looks like this correction trend has broken the uptrend. So I'm going to wait until this correction trend plays out. Let's say if we get a break into this correction trend and some sort of higher low, maybe. But again, like I said, we are within what looks like a major downtrend. So the overall bias is down at the moment. So I'm not overly keen to take a long, only if there was a really good setup. Looks like there might have been a good setup here and then it did not set up. So yeah, that's where I'm at. Big move up. Looks like we are getting that first attempt for the break and new high of the uptrend. Looks to me like this is the break. This is the first attempt at the new high. Now prices are moving to test the lows of this correction trend. So you can see there's this downtrend that still does not have a break and new low. Prices are moving down very strongly after this big bullish bar. If you entered on this big bullish bar, you're not feeling too good as prices are moving down here. They did find some buying at the EMA. Let's see if they're able to break and head to this break and new low here. Continuing to move down, struggling to get down to these lows though. Finding some support there. Okay, we have the break and new low. So the downtrend is played out. It looks to me like we're probably going to move to the break and new high of the uptrend, but it's possible that it's not correct and we've already made 2 legs higher. It's possible that it is time to just go ahead and start taking shorts. But I'm going to wait and see, wait until it proves to me that that is what's happening, because right now I'm not sure. I can see merit for going long and I can see merit for going short, and what that means is no entries for me. Strong move up. Very strong bar. If we got a higher low here, I might consider going long. Gotta see what's gonna happen. It's looking unlikely. We're pushing back below the EMA. Looking pretty sideways. So downtrend has a break and new low, but we're still continuing down. Definitely questionable. I'm not looking to take any longs anymore. We are still overall short biased. Waiting to see what's going to happen. Finding some resistance in this area. Looks like prices might be coming back to test this old resistance. See if that holds the support. Okay, so we have a series of lower highs and lower lows. Lower high, lower high, lower high, lower low, lower low, lower low. It's looking like we are probably going to continue to head down. It's possible this uptrend is not correct. So it's possible this was just 2 legs up here. and it's all played out, but it still could be right. Still looks like it could be, with the few touches here and the many touches on the opposite side. Gonna see if there's any sort of larger downtrend going on. So if we extend this to the next pivot down, it's possible that this is correct. We tested this old resistance. It looks like it's holding a support. I want to see if this downtrend is going to hold. Definitely not sure about this one. Ending exactly at those downtrend highs. Okay, if this downtrend is correct, then it now has a break, but I'm not convinced that it is. In fact, I'm going to remove it and just look at this as a downtrend with a break and 2 legs down. Not looking for any longs, but I just don't want to let some incorrect downtrend screw me up. Looking like prices are bouncing off of this old resistance, now turn support. I really want to see what prices are going to do as they come off of this major downtrend, if they're able to reach it up there. Just kind of chopping around, waiting for prices to either move higher or lower. Not interested in doing anything at this time. I am mainly interested in shorts. Not really looking for any kind of longs. Prices are continuing to make lower highs. Very choppy though. Looks like we're going to test this old resistance turn support again. Definitely interested to see if that's going to hold. Got about an hour and a half left before I'll take a lunch break. So about halfway through the session for me. Halfway through the morning session, that is. So far we're 2 trades in. 1 winner, 1 loser. Have to study this one later, but it looks like ultimately I just shorted too early and the correction needed to play out. After it did, boom, prices took off. So just a tad early on that one. So it looks like we are going to hold this area as support again. Made a higher low this time, and looks like prices are moving towards a higher high. Something might be changing. So yep, we got a higher low, higher high. We have 2 levels of possible resistance coming in. So we're actually touching both of them at the same time. Put in order just to see what happens here. It's possible we get some rejection off of both of these levels. So we have the horizontal resistance that came into play earlier, and then we have the downtrend, and it looks like we're going to break through both of those. So we are moving towards the break and new high for this uptrend right now. In fact, it looks like we were just about to it. This resistance did not end up holding at all, and neither did the downtrend. So I'm going to redraw this downtrend so that way there's an overshoot. The midline fits a little bit better like that, and it makes sense that after that prices would just explode up and break the downtrend. So we might or might not get a break and new low. This is one possible target. Looks like we have made the break and new high for this uptrend. So I'm still thinking of possibly taking some shorts now that we have that break and new high, but that is quite a strong up move right there. Quite a strong up move. If we get some sort of lower high really far from the EMA, that could be a potential entry that I'd be interested in. So let's see what's going to happen. Looks like I was right to not keep this drawn wider. In fact, that might have messed me up. So I'm glad that I didn't. Looks like this downtrend got a break, 2 legs to a new low, found some support off this old resistance, and we were eventually able to move higher to this break and new high. So now the question is, where are we going from here? We could go down to test these lows. More than likely we'll move sideways for a little bit. Right now I'm looking for some shorts to come back to the EMA now that this uptrend has played out. This is a very strong spike though, so the spike might get a break new high of its own. So it might get a break new high, and then we might have a chance to go short. Just got to watch and see what's going to happen here. Can't decide before it happens whether I'll take an entry or not. Looks like the buying is slowing down. So like we got 2 very strong bullish bars. We get a bar that gets a little bit of selling, kind of a pause bar that gets some selling off the top, some wick on this bar, and then we get a doji bar. So definitely running out of momentum to the upside, or just the momentum is waning rather. It's possible you could draw this with a break and new high, but it's not convincing. I'm hoping for some sort of lower high here to ride that back to the EMA. Don't want to get too set on that entry though, because ultimately it's going to come down to how it sets up. If it sets up. So we can see there's a bearish bar close to its lows, but found some buying there in the end. We got some down movement, some continuation, but then all of that was taken back and prices are closing back towards the highs of this bar. So if we tick higher and we get a bearish bar, then I might be interested in going short. I'm going to put it in my order just in case. We weren't able to tick higher, so I'm not interested in this trade, even if we do get a bearish bar. Finding some more down momentum and moving back up. So this is really just kind of a doji range looking bar as is. Yep, really sideways with that one. Ultimately closing towards its middle, so nothing to really take from there, just kind of a pause bar. We are still quite a ways from the EMA. Again, if we get a tick higher and a bearish bar, chances are I'm going to be interested in taking that. Because we have the overall down bias, uptrend has a break in new high, far away from the EMA. But right now we are stacking sideways, so we have two stacked dojis, and this bar is looking like more of the same. Looks like we are going to tick higher there, so I'm at least going to prepare to take a lower high in case one sets up. The short-term uptrend looks like it's going to get a break new high of its own. So like I said, the short-term uptrend was so strong, it might command a break new high. We got a double top there. So we do have this double top. Looks like prices might move to this breaking new high. And we have reached it. If we do get a bearish bar, I might take that. But this is a little bit risky if I do. So this is definitely a more risky entry. We are getting some momentum down. Trading back up, finding some support there. So I'm not going to take that. Clearly this uptrend has been broken, has a new high. The retest trend has a breaking new high of its own. But I'm not seeing that selling pressure yet to take any kind of short. In fact, I am seeing more of a range type of action with this. So within this bar, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stacked bars right now. Definitely sort of a congestive sort of look there. I'm going to remove my entry just so I don't take anything rash. And wait on something that I like. Continuing to move sideways. Definitely some congestive action here. Okay, and we are getting that move back down to the EMA. So now what I want to see is, are we going to test this break and new low for the major downtrend? Are we going to continue down now that this uptrend has played out and this downtrend is broken? Or are we just going to reverse and start moving higher? And usually I would say this is more likely, but like I said, with the way that prices have been moving recently, where every single sell-off has just been met with a huge reversal rip up, it's definitely possible. It's definitely like a 50-50. Got to wait and see how prices react. This is a very strong push through the EMA, so we got a big bearish bar push through the EMA. Prices are probably going to come back and test this range type area, this congestive area, before they head lower, if they do. So now that we've moved lower, prices are probably going to come back up here, test this before they move lower, again, if they're going to. Just chopping sideways, so we're not getting any follow through on that big bearish bar. Not surprising because it is quite big. It looks exhaustive. Getting a little bit of a move lower. Again, I'm still expecting prices to come back to test that congestive area before they head lower. If they don't, that'll definitely be telling about how strong prices are to the downside, because that is the expectation. Continuing to move lower, getting some follow through. Looks like this bar is closing on its lows. So I want to draw some sort of downtrend here. And I'm resuming looking for shorts. Getting follow through on this bar as well. Continuing. Oh yeah, continuing down. So look at how strong this move up was. You got repeated bullish bars closing on their highs up until the end here where there starts to get some selling. Now you're getting repeated bearish bars closing on their lows, big bodies. It's looking like the selling is coming back in. Want to see how prices react off of this old resistance, turn support level. See if that's going to hold. If we got a second entry short here, I'd probably take that. It's possible prices are moving into a range type of area as you have this double top and you have this support down here. So I want to be aware of this possibility. Something like that could be true. Highly uncertain though. I don't think this range area being here, I'm going to leave it, but I don't think it necessarily helps you, especially if there ends up being a larger range. So it looks like maybe there's a little bit of an overshoot to this low side, leading to this break. Possibility for a second entry short to occur. We have a first entry. If prices move up and you get a nice bearish bar on the second entry short, I'll probably be interested there. Looks like we might just move to the break and new low of this downtrend though. Okay, so we are getting an up move. Possibility for a second entry short exists. And then that's getting sold off. So it was a very strong up move right there. We got a nice set of buying, and then it kind of got sold off pretty quickly. Now prices are mainly just moving sideways here. I'm not seeing much movement in either direction. So we did get a decently strong up move, kind of a pause bar, a bearish bar that didn't get any follow through, and then a doji bar. So this is kind of just looking sideways in range like. Two possible entries that I could see here. For one, like I said, I could see some sort of second entry short going for the break and new low of this downtrend. But with how prices are looking right now, it didn't look like two legs up like I was looking for. So chances are there's not going to be an entry there. There could be a break and new low of this downtrend ending exactly at this support level, looking for prices to return back to the EMA. So that is another possible entry. Ideally, I'd be looking for shorts here because I do think that in the broader context, short is probably the direction to go. But if we do get that setup or a setup similar to that, then I might be willing to take it because it does look like this could be a range. I'm going to unextend this out just because it's looking a little bit cluttered and keep this here where it is. So it's possible that the support is truly down here, and this could be a decent entry. We had a break and a double bottom, but prices are looking pretty sideways here. So let's see if we're able to get any kind of higher low or maybe a failure. And then maybe I would be willing to go long still. That's definitely a possibility. A little bit aggressive for me. Getting continued up movement, so we're getting follow through on this bullish bar. I want to see a higher low in order to go long. Big bearish bar reverses that upward momentum, but it's finding some buying. Definitely found some buying there at the bottom. So it had this strong move down, but it's getting reversed back upwards. Still coming back to end on its lows though. Possible this range has expanded out just a tad, something like that. I'm going to take off this, I think this is it, this range measured move because it's not coming into play and it's just kind of cluttering up my chart. Possibility for a higher low here, but I don't think I'm going to want to take that, especially with this double top looking range like. It feels like I would be buying the breakout. I don't like that. So definitely a possibility, but it's not how I wanted it set up. If there was going to be a higher low, I would have liked to see it break new low and then a nice push above the EMA with a small-ish bullish bar. This one, yeah, it's a higher low, but it feels like I'd be buying this breakout of this range-like action. I don't like that. Does end as a bullish bar, or at least it looks like it's going to end as a bullish bar. Yep, jumps up right in the end. So possibility to take a higher low, not the entry that I'm going to personally take. Bar got pretty big there. Like I said, it feels like I'd be taking a breakout. Just doesn't seem like something that I'm particularly interested in taking. You might get a second entry short here coming back within. Again, just not sure enough about that. Lots of ifs, lots of maybes. I want to wait until prices either come off here or off of the resistance or the support again before I look to take really anything. So it looks like that second entry short is coming into play. We never got a true break and new low for this downtrend. We got a double bottom, which sometimes can suffice. I'm going to remove this order. Like I said, it was a possibility. There's lots of things against it. And looks like I was correct to skip that higher low. This one still could be, maybe okay. Maybe Mac will mark that. Maybe not. Pretty strong down movement. Big bearish bar followed by another big bearish bar closing on their lows, both of them. Now we have a triple test, makes a slightly lower low, but now we have to break a new low, the true break a new low for this downtrend, plus a triple test. Let's see if we're able to get a bullish bar here. Nothing of the sort. Just a pause bar. Again, still looking to possibly buy off of the support level. You're not finding the rejection that I would really hope for, though. In fact, you're really accepting prices here. Okay, possible move higher. That was pretty strong there. That was a pretty strong move higher. I think I'm going to skip that though. Can't say exactly why, but I'm going to skip that. If we get some follow through buying, and again, a higher low, then maybe I'll consider it. So we are getting that follow through buying. Looks like this bar is probably going to close close to its high. Finding some resistance at the EMA. Possibility for a higher low. We are getting that strong push away now. Oh, maybe finding, again, still resistance at the EMA. Still have yet to make a higher high. So you can see this a lower high here, then another lower high right here. If prices do turn down. So two decently strong bars. Both of them found a little bit of selling towards the highs. And then here we got what looks like kind of a reversal bar. So it started out pretty strong. Looks like it was going to continue and close on its highs, but then it reversed and closed really close to the lows. So if this ticks lower and then we get a nice higher low, I might still consider that. We might trap some shorts there. Continued down action. Lots of down action. Some strong selling right there. Now that we're returning back to these lows again, I don't think that I want to take an entry here because look, prices came off the highs, they came off the lows, they tried to push up, came down again. This downtrend played out and they tried to push up and they weren't able to. So if we come off these lows again, I think I'm going to skip it. It looks like these are probably going to break. Still struggling to get through these lows, but we're not rejecting really at all. To me, it looks like this is about to break through the low side, and I'm going to wait until that happens. It might not, but it looks like it's going to, so I'm going to wait until I see something like that before I consider an entry. We're making consecutive lower highs and a few lower lows there. Definitely doesn't look strong. So there we go. We were able to close below that support. No follow through on that bearish bar whatsoever. Immediately reversed it with a big bullish bar. But that bullish bar did find some selling. So it wasn't a crisp, clean reversal. It's looking to me like we're going to continue lower. It's possible that we get some sort of downtrend like this. Though sometimes I get these right, sometimes I get them wrong. Drawing these trends out of a range. So far I'm feeling pretty good about my read. I think this downtrend had an overshoot leading to a break, and now we're trying to figure out whether we're going to head to the break and new low of this downtrend or not. That's what it looks like to me. Now we're caught in the sideways action, so this uptrend is played out, and as expected, we're just moving sideways in this range. So I pointed that out as a possibility earlier. It's looking like it is coming to fruition. I'm going to pull this in. Don't know if that's right. It's very up in the air. Pulling that in though, so that way I can mark the 2 entries that I took. Mark those yellow. Got about 1 more hour before I'm going to take a lunch break. Prices are definitely slowing down. So earlier in the day, we were getting some strong movement in both directions. Strong movement down earlier, got a decently strong move up, and then volatility started to slow down. We got a nice, pretty strong up movement, pretty fast. Now volatility slowed down again, and it looks like it might be picking back up as we're breaking out of this range area. This downtrend could be correct. Could be. I'm going to pull it in tighter, see if I can get something to fit a little bit better there. Definitely getting some continued down action. So my target is going to be these lows down here. So I'm looking for shorts. Looks like this entry that I pointed out earlier, the second entry short, was probably the best move there. But signal bar wasn't that great, and coming off of these range lows definitely sort of sketched me out. The order that I skipped here, we did get a little bit of follow through. I can't exactly put my finger on why I skipped that one, but I'm glad that I did. Looks like it was the right decision. Ideally looking for a second entry short off this possible trend line. We can see prices are pulling back right now to this old resistance, turn support, and they're pulling back to test that now that we've broken it. So we're seeing if we're going to come back within or if this downtrend is going to hold, and this is going to hold as new resistance. Or old, new, old resistance. Looking like we're going to go ahead and break through this downtrend and possibly trade back within this range. Pulled back in the last second. What I'd like to see is a nice second entry short, but it looks like that is not in the cards. Instead, it's 2 legs down. Leg 1, break, second leg down, and we're moving back within the range. Strong short-term uptrend. We've moved a little bit far for a lower high or a higher low, but there's definitely still the possibility for a failure or a second entry coming back within this range. Possibility as well, something like that. Just gonna wait and see what happens. Not interested in higher low. Like I said, it's moved too far now. Continuing the up movement. Look at all these strong bearish bar or bullish bars. One strong bullish bar that gets a little bit of selling, so it's kind of a pause. Bullish bar closes on its highs. Bullish bar closes near its highs. A little bit of a doji bar. We get some follow through on that though. Find some selling in the very end. Continuing higher regardless. Whoops. Strong spike. Would definitely be looking for a second entry long if prices are able to return down. It would also be a failure if that does occur. So clearly we've made those 2 legs down. We're coming back within this range, and we're going to see what's going to happen within this range. Strong uptrend, continuing to get these bullish bars. Very strong bullish bar right there. Possibly exhaustive. A little bit of selling there on the high. So it looks like this is going to fit the MO for recently, where anytime there's a sell-off, prices just zoom up and reverse it. I mean, you can see that's basically what's happened anytime. Big sell-off, bigger reversal. Decent sell-off. Well, this is a better example. Big sell-off, bigger reversal. I mean, I don't know. I guess technically this too, but this one did get some follow-through selling. Looks like we are going to get some continued buying though, most likely. Big down, big up. I'm gonna pull up Mac's chart, see what he has to show. Looks like we're breaking this short-term uptrend now. About to get a close outside there. And Mac does have mainly the same drawings that I do. These are a tad different. He's got this still within here, so he's got this a little bit wider, like that. Doesn't have the spiking channel, but he does have the range. He doesn't have an overshoot, but I have a feeling that he'll change his to an overshoot. Most likely. And he actually does have this downtrend wider, so I didn't think that he would, but he does. He already has a break here. I don't know. I like the way that I had it. So we're getting this one leg pullback here. So we've got one leg back currently. Possibility for a second entry short, failed second entry long, or second entry long, failed second entry short here. Want to see what's going to happen. First entry long. What I'd like to see is a second leg back, creating a second entry long. We might just move on up to that break a new high though. Now that we've had a failed break out the bottom, or now that we've broken out the bottom, I'm not really going to look for any shorts off this resistance until it proves itself again. If it proves itself again. But for right now, I'm just going to stick with what I have. Getting some stacked bars here. A little bit of down movement in this latter part of this bar. So it was mainly a range, getting some down movement in the end. Definitely getting a little bit of a push lower. Let's see if it's able to continue downwards. And if we can get that second entry long. Okay, so we do have a first entry setting up for a possible second entry long. And if it sets up, I'm not saying I'm definitely going to take it, but it looks very good to me right now. Just have to wait and see how it sets up. So if we're able to spring up, I'll probably take this. Continued down movement. Notice how the second leg here is bigger than the first one. That's definitely not a great sign for taking the second entry long. I'd prefer to see them be roughly equal, or the second leg to be even smaller. But right now we're getting some continued down movement. Lots of continued down movement actually. And there's actually still the possibility that I take this because this looks like an exhaustive move. It would still be a second entry. I'm still thinking that we'll probably get a second leg up. And now we're coming off of this support type of area. So this looks like an exhaustive move. Generally, I would skip these, but I saw Mac take some yesterday. And because of that, I might take a risk here, depending on how it sets up. So let's see how this bar looks. Let's see if we're able to get any kind of follow through here. And it looks like we might. Definitely a little bit more aggressive for myself. I generally would skip these, and it's looking like we're not getting that follow through on this bullish bar. No, that's not a good enough signal bar, so I'm going to wait and see if we get any kind of high or low here. Because I still think that we'll probably make at least an attempt at the break and new high for this, and maybe even a second leg up. So if prices do turn up here, then it's possible that we get a second leg up like that. Just kind of waiting, just kind of watching to see what's going to happen. You're not getting that continued up movement. So ideally, if I was going to take a higher low, I would have liked to see some continued up movement and then a higher low above the EMA. I'm going to remove this order for now. If I need to put it in later, I will. Okay, so a range bar that closes on its highs, mainly a doji, like I have been pointing out here, is mainly a range bar. It closes on its highs though. Let's see if it's able to get some continuation. Again, ideally, if I'm going to take a long, I want to see some continuation on this bar and then a move back for a higher low, ideally above the EMA. We are getting a little bit of continuation there. So it paused for a little bit, and then now we're getting some push upwards, but it's getting sold off. It's getting sold off, rejecting at the EMA. Closing above the EMA, but it wasn't like strong the entire way through. So it kind of moved up and moved down. It's pretty sideways. And then in the end, we did get that push up. And it's looking like there is some continued buying coming off of that. So there's a little bit of momentum carry through. Okay, so we are moving higher with the signal bar, and it didn't even break higher than the other one. I couldn't have taken this, but it's good to know that I was at least looking in the right direction. Let's hope there's a higher low. It's looking like prices are just going to push up without me though. Put the order in just in case we get something. So ideally, price will pull back, give me a higher low above the EMA to go long and look for this break a new high. This is a pretty strong push up though, so we might just go ahead and move on up there. So let's see if we're able to pull back. Ideally, we'll pull back just right here, but not looking likely. Getting a pause bar. So we did see some follow through momentum, but then it was sold off. And now this bar is just trading within it. Haven't seen really any movement to either direction as far as this bar goes. It's been mainly a sideways bar, sticking within the bounds of the previous one. So the possibility for a lower or a higher low definitely still exists with this bar chopping around. So let's see if we get it. Closing on its highs. Or not. Wow. Okay, so true range doji bar right there. But it's definitely been up biased the entire time. So I saw it traded down pretty early and then it stayed in the upper part, closing about halfway. Now we're getting some follow through here. Doesn't look like we'll get that higher low. So again, I'm glad that I was at least right in my thinking that after, or that we might get a second entry long here to move to this breaking new high, even though we didn't get the bar that I was looking for. I'm still glad that I was at least right in the direction, and if we did get the bar, then I would have been in there. So that's good. That's better than just being completely wrong. So we got the breaking new high of the short-term uptrend. So this is now played out. I want to see if we're able to continue higher or if we're just going to start playing this range again. We haven't quite reached the resistance yet. I highly doubt there's an uptrend like that. Doesn't feel right, at least not right now. About 45 more minutes before I'm taking a lunch break. Then I'll be back on from 1 until 3:30. So uptrend clearly has that break and new high. That's played out. No setup there to go short though. I might consider a short if we get a second leg up to this resistance. That could be interesting to me. And it looks like we are going to continue to play within this range. It's interesting to note that this uptrend played out before we even reached this resistance, because after a breakout of one side, you expect a breakout of the other side, but instead we get a breakout of this side and then this trend plays out before we even reach the resistance. That's very interesting. It might tell us that we might be going back down out of this range. It's not certain, and I'm not going to take a trade based on that idea. So let's say I wouldn't take this lower high here just because I think that that might be the case, but it gives me an idea of what could happen overall based on what I'm expecting to happen and what's happening, what's not. I think that so far my read is correct. I like how things have played out so far. Keeping in mind that there could be a setup with a triple test here. So this is a new low. You could get a second entry short with the triple test, something like that. Definitely a possibility. You do have a second entry short here with a big bearish bar if it closes on its lows. Again, I'm not looking to take that. I think that it's definitely possible the prices go back to trade back without, or back outside of the range to the low side. But I'm not positive. I don't feel strong enough about that to take a trade. Continuing the down movement. So big, strong, bearish bar closing one tick from its lows, followed by some follow through, selling. Price is retracing about half of that bar. Continuing to retrace. And closing towards the lows. So one tick from the lows again. Only retraced about half the bar, but still it wasn't like a completely bearish bar the entire way through. So right now it looks like we have an uptrend break, new high, two legs back, and we're seeing where prices are going from here. I'm not looking to take any longs or shorts until I see something more clear. Big bearish bar reversing that uptrend momentum. So we saw a bullish bar, then we saw a tick higher, and a big bearish bar closing on its lows, or very close to its lows, reversing that momentum. Possibility for a downtrend. Wouldn't be surprised if MAC marks this second entry short, because the uptrend has already played out. So would not be at all surprised if he marks that. Feels like I've got some just kind of random trades marked. I mean, just ones that I usually wouldn't really consider, but at least that I feel could have some merit. Downtrend has a break and a double bottom off the support level. I could see you buying that. And then you have this 2 legs down, looking for the true break and new low of this, or 2 legs up rather, looking for the break and new low of this. I could see that being good. Uptrend has a break and new high, creates a second entry short, big bearish bar. If I'm seeing it, chances are Mac is seeing that too. And he's probably more confident in what he's seeing. So we're testing the support again. Came off it here, came off it many, many times. We're testing it once again. We've broken through the support level again. So as I said before, after we broke through the low side and prices were not able to come up to the support, the uptrend played out before prices even were able to come up to this support. That tells me, okay, prices are probably still weak and we're probably going to break through the low side again. Either that or the low side has now expanded and it could be lower like this. But for now, I'm going to play it as is. We see another downtrend here. Looks like this support is not really coming into play. This range is probably over after this breakout and pullback. So I'm resuming, looking for shorts. We're going to see what we get. It's possible this failure could even be a good entry, but I wasn't really even paying attention to that. So we'll see. We'll see later whenever I study through that. Just those are areas of interest. These aren't necessarily just trades, but areas of interest that I'd like to go back and study. Continuing down movement. So big bearish bar doesn't really get any follow through. We get this bullish bar, probably trap some traders there. Big bearish bar, lots of follow through. Get some pausing as prices are kind of bouncing off this resistance. And then we get a big bearish bar closing on the lows. And it looks like some follow through that's able to find some buying here in the end. Probably the reason it's finding some buying is because it's on the opposite side of this downtrend. So it's off the support of the downtrend. Looking for an entry to the short, to the low side, a short entry. On for a little bit over half an hour. I will be on for a little bit over half an hour still. I'll be off for about an hour and back on at 1 o'clock p.m. until 3:30. Big bullish bar. Finding some selling. Selling off the majority of the bar. Interesting. And look at where we're bouncing here. It's right at this double bottom. Just want to keep that in mind. Congestion. 1, 2, 3, 4 stacked bars with 3 dojis, possibly even 4 dojis. Coming back down, congestion continues. Got a battle right now, a battle between this double bottom, possible support level, and this downtrend. Prices are wedged between those two. Not sure which one's going to win out. Still looking for shorts though. So ideally looking for some sort of pullback to take a short. Made a slightly lower low there. So we're chopping down. So I'm getting some choppy down action. Look at how each one of these congestive lows is lower. We have a low, lower low, lower low. Just continuing down there. Looks like this downtrend is going to win over this double bottom. Continuing to chop down with these small dojis, working lower. Could be the sign of a strong trend or could be waning momentum to the downside. Ultimately, my target is the break a new low of the downtrend. Even though we had this overshoot, it's looking like prices are probably working their way down there. At least recently, this has really been an experiment. And okay, if I pay really close attention to what's going on, what's going to happen? And so far, I've liked the results. So I've been trading longer, I've been paying attention super closely, commentating exactly what I'm seeing. And I mean, nothing crazy as far as results go, but I definitely am understanding what's going on a lot better than I was. Getting a close outside of the downtrend. So I'm looking for a second entry short now. Pretty strong up movement. Wanted to see if there's any follow through on that. So far, no. So far we moved up just a tad and then moved into range-like action. And we're moving a little bit higher here, still trading off the highs, finding some resistance at the EMA. That's what it looks like. Possibility for a second entry short exists. We ticked lower. Possibility for a second entry short definitely exists. It's possible we just go ahead and move to the break and new low just with this one leg though. Looks like prices are making a breakout pullback to this congestive area right now and finding a little bit of support. So let's see if this is able to hold the old resistance, see if that's able to hold as new support, possibly give us a second entry short. Kind of moving sideways. Unsure if this is going to hold or not. So far looking like a no. Could just be a slightly wider congestive area. Looks like we are probably just going to go ahead and move to the break and new low, unfortunately. But I wouldn't be willing to take this first entry there. It's not worth the risk. I have seen someone recently on YouTube, same as I Am Trader Joe, who's just been taking entries off of the EMA for 1-to-1. So like if that was his target, he'd just go ahead and place this for 1-to-1. He's been doing pretty well with that, so it's an interesting thing. Looks like we are moving to the break and new low of this downtrend. I'm going to leave this as is. So this is a potential trade because it's a failed breakout. Even though it's just a first entry, it's a failed breakout. You're looking for the break and new low. So definitely a possibility there. I want to explore the possibility of this range being lower. It could be something like this. Definitely a possibility. Just getting some congestion. So it looks like this range area might be a little bit wider. Congestive area right here could just be a little bit wider. Finding some support at this level. And we're moving on higher here. With that, I'm thinking this entry is probably not very good. This long from before, especially if this support ends up being down here. And this short is probably safe, if that's the case, because this would be the failed breakout, second entry short, looking for break a new low. So we have the potential for a higher low slash failed second entry short. If this is the true congestion area, then it looks like we have a breakout pullback already. so I wouldn't be expecting prices to come back there. We're definitely picking up some strength to the upside. This downtrend still doesn't have a break and new low. It has a double bottom, so it's similar to this one over here where it got a double bottom, which makes me scared that maybe this could just be 2 legs back. So if we do get a bearish bar here, there's a chance it could be similar to this trade. They actually do have a lot of similarities there. But I'm going to look and see if we get any kind of bullish bar, because I think that this is probably the range lows. This is definitely a possibility to take a short here, because you have a second entry short, this congestive area, but with all of this, all of these support at the lows, I'm hesitant to take that. I'm just a little bit uncertain there. In fact, I'm more tempted to take a long, even though this downtrend hasn't quite played out. I think that this might be a trap here, possibly. We are picking up some momentum. I'm going to take that if it triggers higher. And we sold off. We sold off big time there. So lots of momentum, but then it just sort of sold off right in the end. So nothing there. Might still continue higher, but it's going to go without me. If so, I'm not taking that. Boom, yeah, it takes off. So totally, that's what I was expecting. But didn't get the bar that I needed to take that, unfortunately. Now we are moving higher. So I just gotta be quick to adapt. And I was quick enough to adapt. Definitely glad that I didn't take the short here. Definitely glad that I didn't take this short right here. So I'm glad that I noticed that the support was coming in. So that was a good read on my part. Still a possibility for a failure, but it's unlikely. Could get a second entry. Looking like this range is just getting built out. It's interesting though that we weren't able to reach the highs, and then now we're bouncing off these lows. The lows actually got extended. Interesting. Maybe an overshoot there. If you have it tight like this, it could be an overshoot. I'm going to draw this in nice and tight. Something like that. Trend's continuously not playing out. This one does play out. This one doesn't play out. It gets real close though. I really don't think this is going to be worth it, but I think this one will be. I think that'll probably be marked. I think that will. This might. This probably not, but maybe. It's got that failed breakout. Still looking for the break and new low. It's possible. This could be a maybe down here. He wouldn't have really had this support level yet. It's just kind of 2 legs down. No higher low there, so probably not. And we are getting a failure now. So failed second. So double bottom here. First entry short, second entry short. But we've already moved so far, and we have this exhaustive move. So this exhaustive break right here, not back to the EMA. So if we get a bullish bar here, I'm not taking that. I would rather see a 2-legged pullback down. Might get that. I'm on for 20 more minutes before I take my lunch break. And as you can see, that failed second entry would have failed. So the bottom, first entry, second entry, this would have been the failure. Yeah, it's a good bar. Technically, yeah, you're expecting prices to go higher, but it's too far from the EMA. Prices have already made quite the up move, so nothing there. Potentially getting a second entry short here, or second entry long here, that I could be interested in, because you have a first entry here. Could be getting a second entry looking for a break in new high of the short-term uptrend coming off of what looks like range lows in the EMA. So there's the possibility for an entry there. I feel like I've been prepping too many entries here. It makes me think that I'm probably, even though I haven't really taken too many trades, it feels like I'm kind of over analyzing or over trading. So let's see here. I do like that. If this breaks higher, I think I'm going to take that, because it is a second entry long. It's coming off the EMA. Good signal bar, looking for a break in new high of that short-term uptrend. Looks like we're coming off the lows of the range. We are going up into the midline, but I think that's probably good. I think that's worth taking. So I'm going to put this up one more tick, and let's see what happens here. That did rush upwards. So with that, my heart sort of jumped with that one. And let's see what we get here. So not looking good so far, with prices just sort of stalling there and actually turning against me quite a bit. That first bar is a doji, so not a great sign as far as continuation goes. And I don't move my orders, so I'm just sitting this out. It's either going to work or it's not. Price is moving sideways. So we have one doji bar and we have a second bar that looks like it's setting up to be a doji. Still holding the EMA, which is a plus, but for the most part, the EMA is not a very strong key entry point in this range, as prices have been moving through both sides of it. So it looks like we're going to close with a second doji here. So not getting that quick momentum that I would have hoped for. Although it closed towards its highs, it's truly a little bit of a range bar there. Though it's moving against me and it might stop me out, I still think that my read was correct. The only thing that I can see that I don't love about this is the last time we came off of what looks like this range support, prices weren't able to reach the highs. So with that, plus kind of trading into the midline, that could be the reason why this might fail right here. It's looking like it's probably going to stop me out. But again, you just got to let it go. So I'm not moving my target, I'm not moving my stop. I'm just going to let it go, see what happens. And if it wins, it wins. If it loses, we'll study it later. Clearly looking really sideways here. So within this bar, you have 1, 2, 3, going on 4 stacked bars, with a few of those being dojis. So definitely some congestive action. We are turning up off the EMA, so it's possible that I still get out of this, though it's kind of up in the air. We are picking up some momentum to the upside. Closing close to its highs and getting some follow-through momentum. Okay, so getting close to my target here. I will be trying to push through that double top right there, which is not ideal. And though I'm looking for the new high, my order is a couple ticks past the new high, so it's possible that it gets that and still turns down without getting me out. Struggling to get follow-through on this bar. So we did get some follow-through, and then we pulled back. We've now pulled back almost the entirety of the bar right here. So that was a reversal bar. We got some move to the upside, and then it pulled back past the start of the bar. So it's kind of a reversal bar closing towards its lows. Trade could go either way. Getting some follow through on that bearish bar now. To me, it looks like there was a little bit, or a little range right here. So with these stacked bars, you get these few stacked bars right here. This looks like it broke out of the range, and now we're coming back and testing that and seeing if we're going to hold that. Looks like we're coming back within the range. At the very least, this is a somewhat exciting way to end my last few minutes of the first session of the day. So we close back within this congestive area. I'm going to remove that because I don't think it's all that helpful. Clearly, just finding some resistance at this midline overall. Created a triple test up here, and looks like we're moving lower off of that. Okay, getting pretty close to my stop here. Chances are we're going to get hit. I'm curious to see how far this actually went. So 2.25 points. So could have scalped for 2 points. Definitely would have gotten out for 1. So there's a potential that Mac marks it, but chances are you won't. Overall, I'm feeling pretty relaxed with this entry. Just kind of accepted that whatever happens, happens. Remember, I used to like shake like mad whenever I was in an entry. My hands would be shaking and I'd be all nervous. But now it's just kind of whatever. So did end up getting me out there. Hit my stop, that is. So I'll have to study that later, but just so I can sort of comprehend what's going on now, I think that this support probably is correct because you do have all these touches down here, so I do like this range support where it is. But as I mentioned, prices were not able to touch the resistance after coming off the support, so that is a sign that maybe it's not as strong. This downtrend came down and wasn't able to get its break a new low, but it got a double bottom, so that's close enough to playing out. You get a strong move up, it gets an overshoot leading to the break, and that's why I was looking for a break and new high, but it looks like prices are struggling at the midline. So the midline of a range is a pretty dangerous place to enter a trade. And in this case, it looks like this choppy action is due to that midline. So you can see it, you get that choppy action here and here. So I think that with those two things in mind, mainly the midline, but with prices failing to reach the resistance here, plus that midline, that's probably the main culprits there. So hanging out for the next 8 minutes. Then I'll be taking a break and coming back on later. Usually I have a 2-loss limit, and then after 2 losses I just hop off for the day. But just trading sim, I just want to get as much screen time as possible, as much practice as possible, and it doesn't really make sense to hop off after those 2 losses, as long as I can just keep my composure. And that one definitely didn't shake me up or anything, so just gonna keep on going. Continuing to work sideways. Looks like this was just a really thick congestion area right there. I took it right in the beginning. And what'll probably happen is, now that this ticked me out, it'll probably shoot up just right where I thought it would, which is typical of a congestive area. Continuing to move within this tight range. So after this bullish bar, we didn't really get any follow through. Prices just kind of chopped around. Looks like they might close towards their highs. And we're breaking out of this range. So continuing to move on up here. Still expecting the break and new high of the short-term uptrend, even though it has a slight overshoot. And finding resistance off that same level still. Yep, holding this resistance here. I think I'm going to go ahead and call it for the lunch break, and I'll be back on a little bit later. Okay, I'm back, so I'm gonna wait a few minutes, probably about 10 or 15 minutes before I take any trades, just so I can get my bearings on what's going on. Let's run through everything that's happened so far. Uptrend, break, new high. You have this congestive area, failed break out the bottom, failed break out the top, comes back within, get a downtrend, looks like it has a break and a new low there. Uptrend gets a break and a new high. We form this downtrend here. Downtrend gets 2 legs up and 2 legs down to the new low. Little congestive area in between. Prices break out and pull back to that before they get another downtrend right there. Now this uptrend, I believe, already has a break and new high. I think it's actually like this. Had to sneeze there. So I think this actually has a break and new high, and then we turn down off this trend line. Get a super strong downtrend that gets a break and a new low. I think there's a slight spike in channel. Got to sneeze again. Had to sneeze again there. I think there's a spike in channel here. There's then 2 legs up and a move to a new low. I think this causes an overshoot of the large downtrend, leading to this uptrend. You get 1, 2 measured legs up after the break of the short-term uptrend. Also think there's this slightly larger uptrend in play. Downtrend gets a break and 2 legs down, a little bit of sideways action before a short-term uptrend, moving to the break and new high of this uptrend. You get a double top, and it looks like this one doesn't break lower, but if this did break lower, this could have been a nice entry there. We get that double top leading to a downtrend, gets a break and a double bottom leading to this congestive area, fail break out the top, and then you get 2 legs to a new low, creating a measured leg down. And that creates these range parameters. Short-term uptrend gets a break and a move to a new high, creating a double top. Doesn't quite reach the resistance up here. In fact, it really looks to me like there's a spike in channel going on, because prices are consistently making these lower highs right here. Something like that. Something like that, probably. And it looks like this range is probably incorrect. So I'm going to put this range back where I had it initially, which is right here. And after this break, I think that's probably correct. So this was the actual range. In fact, I'm going to pull it up even a little bit more. Something like that. I think that was the actual range. I am actually going to draw this back because I think that helps. Anyway, so downtrend gets a measured move down. You get a short-term uptrend, break, new high. Doesn't quite reach the resistance. Creates a double top. And now we're moving lower. You get a second entry short here, which I think could be a decent trade. A failure also could be a decent trade. You break back out the low side, and prices are now just kind of chopping around. So you break this downtrend, get a attempt at a new low, creates a double bottom, move up, gets an overshoot, break. Looks like there's 2 legs down here, really choppy legs, creating this range-like action. Gets a failed break out the top, creates the break and new high for this uptrend, confirms this downtrend, and you get a strong move down, strong spike down there, gets a break and a new low, more congestive action, congestion, break out the low side, causes this rally. That then gets a break and a new high. In fact, I'm going to extend this out just a tad. Something like that. So I think that is the break and new high right there. And you get a triple test. In fact, that's probably a good entry right there. Triple test off the downtrend. Then get a lower high here and a failed second entry. Decent signal bar. Not too great, but decent. So first I would draw this downtrend tight here where it has a break and a new low. It's possible that there's something a little bit wider working down. think it's probably something like that. Okay. So I do feel like I have a decent bearing on what's going on. I think that this range was kind of coming into play periodically. Something like that. In which case this still could be a decent trade. I don't really think so though. And we're moving down, so I'm expecting prices to bounce off of this low side. We're getting close to the break and new low for the major downtrend. Major downtrend got an overshoot, break, and it looks like we're headed to the new low with this loose spike in channel. So I'm watching to see if prices are able to hit these two targets. One, the opposite side, two, the break and new low. Just kind of cleaning up the chart a little bit. There's a lot going on here. Cool. All right. So if something pops up, I would be willing to take it now. I think I've understood what's going on. So I'm not sure if prices are coming up short on this side or if this is just a slight fluke, because it could just be a little bit tighter and this could just not actually be a closeout side there. Like you can see how it just kind of rebounds up. So if you were to go to a slightly different tick chart, this would just be a wick. And then prices would be coming off the opposite side. So I'm unsure if it's like that or the other way around. This looks like a really good trade here. I think this is probably a good trade here. Seeing it this way at least. Just trying to kind of cut down on all the lines because it's a lot going on. A little too much going on here. So we made two legs down. Now I'm trying to see if this downtrend is going to hold. This trade's probably not good. Yeah, it could be. I mean, it's got that. I don't think so. So it looks like this downtrend is most likely correct. We're continuing to hold this downtrend, touching off this opposite side right now. So ideally we'll want to wait until prices get up to this side. Unless we get some sort of overshoot. This downtrend could cause an overshoot. We're getting really close to the break and new low, which is this target right down here. And sometimes whenever you're getting this close, prices will just kind of overshoot it. They get a little too excited and drop on down there. It's definitely a possibility. So I think this range might have been useful in the beginning, but at least now I don't think it really helps you. So I'm just going to remove that and just play this downtrend. So I do think this downtrend is right. I think we just broke it. But I'm not going to take a short here unless it's just a perfect setup. So if we get an absolutely 100% perfect second entry short or something like that, then maybe I'll take it. But the fact is we just came off the opposite side of this downtrend. So I'm expecting prices to go up back to this main side of the trend line. For the most part, I won't want to take any longs unless, again, it's just an absolutely 100% perfect type setup where I just can't pass it up. Looks like we're moving to the break and new low of this downtrend. So chances of getting that set up are very low. Again, there is the potential for a long setup, but they're risky because something could happen like here where, yes, you got a second entry long looking for the break and new high. And though that's not exactly what I was playing, clearly you are working from the opposite side to the main side here. I mean, clearly now it makes sense now, but it didn't at the time. And something like this might happen where, yes, you get the direction right, and you're right that prices are coming back up here. This is just an example. But the thing is, it's just risky because they stopped me out first and then went up there. So something like that could happen if I decided to take some kind of long here. But if we do see an overshoot, that could be a different story. Downtrend has a break and a new low, very clear there. Big bearish bar, could be exhaustive. Looks like on each one of these cycles, so that's 10:58 to 11:13, so it took about 15 minutes. 11:30-ish, about 12, about 30 minutes there. About 12:15, 12:40, about 30 minutes there. So you can expect to wait at least maybe 30 minutes until prices, if they're going to start rebounding, rebound up to this point. But like I said, they might just go ahead and shoot down because they're getting really close to this break a new low, and that is the target there. So they might just go ahead and drop on down. I think this one is probably a red trade. If I was not looking at this as a range, which I was at the time, and I instead just saw this as 2 legs down, then 2 legs up and a lower high, I think that's a red trade. This one most likely is too. This one is probably still green. It's okay. Signal bar is not great. And this one's definitely red, second entry short, right off the confirming downtrend. And this one, triple test. There's not a bunch of room to get out. So maybe that one's a green, but it does engulf. So it'll probably end up being a red trade. This one's definitely a red trade. Not really much to do here, just kind of waiting to see if prices are going to rebound up. Definitely no trade that I'm interested in. My cat's walking around on the desk. Hey buddy. Can you get down? Totally blocking the screen right now. Hey, stop it. Okay, here's the overshoot that I was thinking might happen. So it's a break and 2 legs down. And it's also possible that this is a little bit further out if you put it off here, but it's still overshooting, and that's why I think that it is tighter like this. And here we go. So we are hitting that break and new low. There it is. Not at all surprised about that. You see this all the time where prices come so close to it, they basically just like can't resist, just drop on down there. So now this has a break and new low. The major downtrend has a break and new low. And it looks like we're getting some exhaustive movement, big down move. So I would actually consider taking a long down here. If we get like a nice higher low or failure to come back to the EMA after everything is played out, plus the overshoot, could be a good trade. Let's go ahead and watch carefully for that. Continuing to move down. So look at these big bearish bars, big bearish bar and close to its low, one tick from its low. And then we're starting to find some buying here. So you can see on this bar, this wick showing some buying. This one traded down all the way back up, showing buying. So the only trade, like I said, that I might be looking for is some sort of higher low. It's possible you have a wider downtrend. Definitely a possibility. I don't think it's likely though. Getting some up movement, decent up movement. And that sold off. So it looked really strong, and then it sold off about halfway. Looks like just a congestive area where you're stacking within. Another attempt lower right now. Taking another look at this downtrend just to see what that looks like. It is possible that that is in play. If we got a higher low, chances are I'm not going to take that. It's looking too sideways. Also the possibility of this downtrend. Take a look at the broader context. Downtrend, overshoot, break, new low. Spike and channel down, overshoot. Definitely an overshoot kind of day. So getting a push out of this congestive area. It's definitely, actually, it's possible that we get a breakout pullback to this congestive area to go higher. But again, this downtrend could be correct. So this downtrend right here still could be correct. So it's definitely risky. Could watch and see what I think is going to happen. So it looks like the breakout pullback all happened in one bar. So it ticked above, came back, tested this with this wick, and now it looks like it's pushing higher. About to find out if this downtrend is correct. Don't think so. So everything's played out to the downside, and we have an overshoot. So I'm actually thinking longs now, more than shorts. After an overshoot, we usually see a break. So we're probably going to see prices head up and out this way, and then either back down or just kind of start moving sideways. We could see a straight up reversal too, so I guess anything is a possibility, but chances are we're going to see prices head up to this area. Getting two strong bull bars in a row. Pulling back and range bar, but it had some momentum to the high side at the very end of that, so we might see some follow through. Doesn't look like it. Looks like it's just going to kind of chop around sideways. Struggling at the EMA. It's finding some selling there. Continuing to move up, still struggling at the EMA, but we're at least breaking through these highs. Definitely struggling to go higher. Coming back within this doji range-like action. So it was able to push up, then it pulled all the way back down. Looks like it's going to close pretty neutral. Okay, close pretty bearish. We had a new low on that close for the bar. Possible the prices are going to try and move towards the break and new low of this downtrend if it's correct. It's still a possibility. price is not particularly acting as an overshoot right now. I would have expected them to push through the EMA very strongly. Makes me think we might have some further down movement coming. So off the EMA, we had these two bullish bars, both closing on their highs. We ticked higher, struggling at the EMA, and then we had this reversal bar leading to some continued downward momentum. It's looking like this downtrend is correct, and we are moving for a break and a new low. There's a slim possibility there's a spike in channel down here, though I don't love to look at that. I think this is right. Big continued down movement. Ending one tick from its lows. And we continue for the break a new low. It's the biggest sell-off day I think we've had in a little while. So far we've moved down 55 points, so not too much further than the this morning. So the majority of that came within the first 30-ish minutes. So break a new low, downtrend. So this downtrend has played out. This one still looks like it has an overshoot because I think the spike in channel is correct. This one's played out, and it's possible that this just ends up being wider because it's not really playing like an overshoot. Something like that. Where the midline fits well here, fits well pretty here, or fits pretty well here, there, and there. And with this downtrend playing out, it could be accurate. Price is really continuing down, and strongly so. Look at this bearish bar, gets a lot of bearish follow through, and this one even getting some follow through as well. Definitely not looking for any longs. Just gonna kind of keep cleaning up the chart, removing the trends that don't need to be there. It's unfortunate you didn't get any kind of second entry short here. If there was a lower high second entry short, I think I would have taken that. So pretty decently strong down movement, but not a lot of chances to enter. You wouldn't want to take a lower high this far. This failure doesn't have a good signal bar. And just about nothing else there. Interesting day. Definitely an interesting day so far. Lots of movement, lots of trades. I think I got one good one. I've taken two not great trades. All these ones would have been good though. I considered this one. I didn't consider the failure, but the failure is probably even safer. Wasn't here for this one. Break and new extreme plus triple test. I wasn't here for this one either, but so I was here for 3 good trades and 1 okay one. I got 1. It's not terrible. Now we're getting that very strong up movement. This is kind of what I would have pictured there. So it still could be an overshoot, but it's not reacting like one as of right now. I like the way this midline's fitting for the most part. Definitely don't think I want to take any longs. So we got a long road back to taking any shorts. Ideally, I want to see prices come off of this side, so all the way up here. But if we got a full correction, so let's say we get a 1, 2 legs back and then prices start down again, then I would still consider taking shorts even if we're not back to the main side of the trend line. Getting stuck at the EMA here. We have breaking a new high for the short-term uptrend. Still not a full correction to me. It technically is, but on a larger scale it would not be. In fact, chances are it's a little bit wider. Chances are it looks like this. Something a little tighter. Something like that, probably. Let's let's see if prices are able to break these highs. This would be the next task. Looks like we're going to break right through there and make a higher high. The first sign things are changing. Here we go, we did make that. So things are changing. And it appears this uptrend is probably just tighter. So how I initially had it. Like that. Basically got a double top, but it was a slight higher high. Not looking for any shorts. Everything's played out. Downtrend's played out. Coming off the opposite side or an overshoot. This major downtrend is played out. We just made a higher high. So no shorts for me right now, even though the bias is still technically down. A little under 2 hours left before I'm hopping off for the day. I'm very tempted to go take a nap. I'm quite tired. Instead, I think I'm going to go make another cup of tea. I'm not interested in any trades right now, so I think that is that's fine. We'll be back. All right, I'm back. Looks like prices are continuing to move higher. So we made another higher high here. Struggling a bit to get through this resistance level of sorts. I could have been right that this is the actual channel. It's breaking new high. And price is just working up. Having a little bit of trouble at what looks like the midline. Possible, again, that this is an overshoot, but it doesn't look like an overshoot. Really looks like that's right there. I like that the best. Gotta keep that in mind. If I'm ever tired, just get up and get moving for a second, because I feel good now. But I did make some tea. It's a little too hot. Just burn my lip a little bit. Look again at how far we've traded down. I think it's about 60 points now. 56.75. Pretty down there. Continuing to chop higher, slowly but surely. Gonna mute the mic real quick. I keep sneezing. I think it's pollen out here, so it started to get really warm, and I think my allergies are kicking back in. So still kind of turning down off this midline. And we did push up and through there. With that, I'm guessing prices will come back and test it before they actually go higher. Drawing this trend line through the, I guess that's the third reversal. Kind of through the second one right there. We start to get an uptrend. Maybe that. Definitely picking up some steam to the upside. Like quite a bit of buying, but it is selling off a tad. Ooh, just burned my lip again. Okay, really pushing up now. So we traded down a little bit off of this bar, but then we got a lot of follow through. So maybe we might not have to wait as long as I thought to get back up to this resistance line, and then see if a trade appears up there. Just gonna kind of clean up some clutter on the chart. Sometimes it just gets to be way too many lines. Like that one, I just drew it there, but it's like, doesn't freaking help you. Just get it off the chart. So there was some follow through. Then we sold off basically the entire bar, but we go right back up again. So interesting. Definitely some selling coming in here, which is not surprising as we're getting so far from the EMA, but the buyers are doing a good job of propping it up. Now, it's possible that this is an overshoot. It's definitely still possible. It's just going to kind of depend on how it reacts up here, so I just need to keep in mind that it could be an overshoot down here. Again, just with the way that things have been, I would not be surprised if we rally up 50 points right back up to the top. I mean, seriously, we could just keep rallying for the rest of the day. Continuing up, looks like we're getting some play off that midline, as you can see off these wicks right here, and prices are coming off the opposite side. So they went up and touched the opposite side. Still not looking for any longs, unless it's an absolutely perfect setup, but I doubt it. Have to be like the most perfect 2 legs down with the most perfect signal bar for me to consider a long. This is quite a strong move up though. And we might be overshooting the uptrend. Getting a little bit of exhaustion up at the top here. Let's see if we're able to pull back within. Looks like sellers are able to pull it back within. Right at the end of that bar there. So if we put it right here, still no overshoot, not yet. What I'd like to see is a break and a new high, and then some sort of lower high off this trend. That's probably the most ideal setup for me right now. I'm glad we didn't have to wait too long to sort of get to an interesting area, because initially I was looking around here and I was like, God, this is going to take forever. So the good thing about live streaming these trades, even though nobody ever watches them, is I now have, for one, YouTube storing a huge number of all of my trading days. So I don't even have to store them on my local device. YouTube is doing it for me. Second, within those videos, I know exactly what I was thinking at each point in time. So I can go through the day and see where I was getting the read wrong. So like I've been going through at the end of the day and seeing, okay, what was I thinking at each point and where was I wrong? Not even just in each individual trade, but like little pieces of the chart. So like if I got a trend wrong, I want to go through and see, okay, what was I thinking and how can I fix that thinking? And that has been super useful. Second, I can see exactly what I was thinking as I took a trade. And not just what I was thinking, but exactly how I had the chart looking. I mean, those are two things. I mean, it's one thing to know how it looks. You can take a screenshot and see how it looks, but it's more to see, okay, well, how exactly was I thinking about that trade? And lots of times you kind of forget about that, the exacts. So that's been super nice. Definitely plan on continuing. Plus, I mean, eventually people might watch. I don't know. I can't even tell. There might be people watching now. I keep the other monitor off. But for now, I just sound like a crazy person. Just talking to myself. Uptrend still looking really strong. Continued bullish bars. Finding some selling, but like staying really far away from the EMA and continuing higher. My tea is finally getting to a acceptable temperature. So I wonder, once I get my webcam, where's like the best place to put me? Probably somewhere over here. Probably like pull this out just a tad and have me like right here. Probably something like that. It's not often that I have stuff going on right here, but there's definitely super often that I have stuff going down in these corners, but not often right in the top, because then it doesn't leave any room for an order. Same with the bottom. So like, yeah, the closest the bottom is going to get is like, I don't know. I don't know. I'll have to think about that. Continuing to work up that midline. Looks like we're going to break this downtrend, in which case this is really starting to remind me of an overshoot. So maybe it is just like this. And that was all an overshoot. The reason we kept continuing down there, possibly just because this downtrend needs to break a new low. That's what looks best right now. Crazy, crazy day. Repeated overshoots. So what happened last time? I mean, this is an even bigger rally than last time. The last time it just got a few swings down and then a break a new high. Continuing up strongly too. Like I said, heck, we could just trade right on up today. We could take everything back. I mean, it would be far, but it would not surprise me if we just rallied all the way back. This market has been crazy. Craziness. It's like the second inning of craziness too. Like back in 2021. I mean, 2020 was crazy, but then 2021 was like everybody and their mom was trading and whatever. It's like the second inning of that. They're all back. Which I can't hate. I mean, that's whenever I started trading. It's a lot of buying going on here. Such a strong trend. You could possibly even take good signal bars off of the trend line. But I'm not going to do that. I'm not advanced enough. Just gotta wait on the easy ones. This tea kind of tastes like sink water. But it is sink water, so that makes sense. For some reason, black tea makes me get all jittery, but green tea doesn't. I'm drinking black tea right now. I drank green tea this morning. Just kind of working up the opposite side here in the midline. It's pretty strong. It's not really much to say other than just this is a strong trend. Look at all these small bars working higher. Even though there's wick on them, even though there's some bearish bars, this is still a very strong trend. So I'm expecting continuation. I'm expecting prices to, as they come back to this trend line, still turn up. How many bars have there been today? Probably a lot. 400 something? Close to 400. Nice. So I'm expecting prices to turn up as they come down to this trend line. I feel like whenever I'm zoomed in, I kind of get a little bit, I don't know, more focused on the price action. Whenever it's zoomed out, it's easy just to kind of like stare off into space and not really do anything. See, I was thinking the camera up here would make sense, but like now I've got these prices up here. Two dojis in a row. And we're testing the trend line. Let's see what goes on here. Man, it is tempting to take a trade off this trend line. It's real tempting. That's one strong trend up. Okay, 3 dojis in a row, depending on where we close. Just guessing. So we've had a first entry. Might get a second entry. Okay. Not quite a close outside, but it's close. Chances are a close outside's coming. We might get a second entry long. Okay, a little bit of a move down, maybe. Maybe not. So we're just kind of moving up. So we have 1, 2, 3 dojis in a row. Broke higher, lower. If we break higher again, that's a second entry. Not one that I would want to take. Definitely not on this signal bar. But if this is able to close back inside, it won't be a break. Closing back within that range type area. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 stacked bars now. It's looking like this trend is probably going to break. Got an hour and 20 minutes. Not too bad. Those last like 40-ish minutes kind of flew by. Stacking, stacking, stacking. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stacked bars with a bunch of small dojis. Worth noting that we're struggling to come back to the EMA, even though we're moving sideways. It looks to me like this is a close outside. I think so. I think it's a close outside. We're moving to a new high right now. Because it's already kind of like on the edge. So if I move it out anymore, it won't really fit. And this fits so well right now. So I like that. Potential for a short then, as we move up to this breaking new high. Potential for some type of short, like a triple test. Closing back within the range. Interesting. So it's close outside and a double top. I do think that is correct. Where exactly are we bouncing? I mean, there's some previous resistance here, but nothing that I would put my weight under or on, or I don't know what that saying is. Close outside, double top. Let's see if we get maybe a move, another move higher. Triple test, far away from the EMA. Could be okay. Could be something. Okay, we're moving up again. So we had this break and double top. We're moving up again. No, one thing, if I get a webcam, I'm gonna have to fix my posture. It's freaking awful. Okay, now we officially have the break and new high. What I would like to see now is a move down, a second entry short. But dang, this move up is still so strong. I do think that it does. I really do think it has the has a break here though. With all these, I mean, this is the first time that you've seen this many stacked bars. You kind of have it here, but these are still kind of working higher. It's early on, but whenever you get these stacked this late, I think that's your break. So if we get some sort of lower high, big bearish bar, maybe I'd take that. I'd be too scared to take anything like this bar, because there's only been, I mean, first off, there's only been one leg up. You might get a second leg. You might not be over too. It's not a very strong bar. But if you get a lower high, big bearish bar, far from the EMA, you're probably gonna get out of that. Stacking once again. So you're not getting those like follow through that you were earlier. You can like follow through a little bit stack, continuing up though. These are very continuous bars, a little bit stacking, continuing up, a little bit, continuing up, lots of stacking, one big bar up, now we're stacking again. Doesn't feel as strong to me, but I could be reading into it too much. So I want to prepare myself in case there's a really big bearish bar out of nowhere. It's got to be strong though. It can't just be like a little doji. I don't necessarily think the uptrend is over. Like there's still obviously upward momentum, but we've been so far away from the EMA for so long, and I am confident that this uptrend has played out. It does have a break and new high, and that's enough for me, those two things, to think that there could be a good short coming up. Get rid of this until I see something. So before I was getting ready because it had this tick higher, and I thought if this just shoots down, I'm going to go with it. But right now there's nothing to enter, so I'm just going to remove that order until I see something a little better. Look at that, 1, 2, 3, going on 4 stacked bars. Congestion. 1 doji. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stacked bars. A few dojis. Definite congestion. Doesn't have a convincing retest yet. I mean, this kind of came outside and came back within, but no convincing, super convincing retest. Not yet. Let's see if we're able to kind of pull back up here and get a lower high. 1, 2, 3, 4 stacked bars. Gotta mark it. Otherwise I'll forget. 4 stacked bars. We're breaking outside of this congestion area, expecting a pullback of some kind. And there's our movement down to the EMA. Just about. Haven't quite reached it, but looks like we're going to. Unless we start pulling back here. Did find some buying at the end of this bar, so it was pretty strong there. I think I pulled up a little bit. Struggling to get any follow through. Really tight little bar. And it's continuing. Maybe. Just ticked lower once. We came pretty close to the EMA though. If I went to a 1000 tick chart, we'd probably be on the EMA right now. So we already have a break and new high for the uptrend. So I don't really want to take any more longs, especially not like this is going to be a second entry long right here. And in a past life, I might take that, but not now. I'm actually going to wait and see if there's a short. Because there is still, I mean, there's still a decent amount of up momentum. So there can be an argument made for going long. But I don't know. I don't feel great about it. I'd rather wait for a short. We did come pretty close to the EMA here though, so we're not like as far away. Like up here we were super far away and been super far away. This we got pretty close. So it's possible that the trade that I was looking for is not going to be valid anymore. Could be though. Okay, so that is a big bearish bar, but it's like kind of, it's right into the EMA now. That's a bummer. That's exactly what I was looking for. I can't take it though. I was hoping it would like end like right here, in which case I would take that back to the EMA. I can't take it now. It kind of looks like a double top, first entry. I'm not looking for any longs, but anyway. If you went long here, you got trapped big time. It's unfortunate. There's just not enough room there. Can't take that. It's exactly what I was looking for though. Break, new high. Congestive area, breakout, pull back, lower high, big bearish bar. It's a bummer. And now even if you got a lower high like under the EMA, it's too far. You're selling too low if you do that. So now's the potential for a range-like area. This is played out. This has maybe played out because of the overshoot. Sort of a questionable area. My bet would be probably just going to move around sideways. So start looking for those range parameters. Could be that. Got about 1 more hour. 1 hour, 7 minutes. Flying by. Not quite. I mean, I guess I'm only like halfway through the second session, so it's not like flying by, but like kind of. Okay, this low that I thought might be there, it's not really holding. I sort of zoned out there. Gotta come back in, get back into space. Get my head out of space. That's what I think I was going for there. Okay. Just gonna wait until something kind of clears up. Because right now you can kind of go either direction. Or no direction. Also a possibility. Still wouldn't be surprised if we just get sideways action. Like that. Not playing that though, for the time being. What I'd like to see is a second entry short. Little 1, 2. That would be very nice. Okay, getting some move up here. So we had 3 sideways bars, no follow through on this bearish bar. So look at that big bearish bar, no follow through. Interesting. Why not? 1, 2, 3 stack bars. pretty nice bullish bar there. Didn't have a ton of momentum, but pretty nice bullish bar. And let's see what happens here. And we're coming back within this sideways action. So we broke out here, ticked above, then we get this bearish bar coming back within. Just continuing sideways, really. Possibility of a trap on this bullish bar. Not seeing it so far though. Just looking so sideways. Okay, so we were able to tick one below this bearish bar. So if you were bearish, you're thinking about selling, you had the chance to. Same with this bullish bar. So you ticked above, you would have probably gotten trapped out if you entered there. Now this bearish bar allowed you to enter. Let's see what happens. Could be a little double trap going on. Maybe. Okay, a little bit of follow through from this bearish bar. Kind of went sideways, but now it's getting a tad bit of follow through. Okay, now we're really getting some follow through. Possibility of having the range lows be here, if there even is a range here. You'd have to be pretty quick and pretty sure of your belief to take this triple test. I'd rather wait. Assuming this is correct, I'd rather wait for price to pull up and have a short, but it doesn't look like it is. It really doesn't. What it looks like is something like that. Not quite. So it looks like these longs were the ones that were trapped. So like this big bullish bar coming out of this congestive area perfect bar. The trend was up. You enter there, you're done. Okay, so we have resumed some down action. Nothing to take there. I definitely wouldn't want to take that bar. Could be seen as a failed second entry long, but super sideways. Very uncertain what's going on. But now we are moving and grooving down again. So I'm looking to take some shorts. We might even come test this downtrend. So we tested this one even though there's an overshoot. So we might test this one even though there's an overshoot too. We will see. Second entry short would be prime right now. So you see this bearish bar right here and then this big follow through, a little bit buying in the end right there. Indecisive doji bar, decently bullish bar, ends bullish but mainly sideways, kind of ends on its highs, gets a little bit of follow through. We're trying to see what prices are going to do as they come back to this downtrend line. Big follow through there. There's a big jump up. It's looking like this could have been 2 legs down because this downtrend is not holding. This downtrend did not hold at all. Could be a little bit wider. This could also have been a 2-legged correction on a bigger scale. So it could be wider, something like that. That's still a possibility to watch for. So 2 different possibilities. It could have been 2 legs here, and we could be starting up again with some sort of move above the EMA. Or it could just be a wider downtrend like this, which is definitely possible and definitely fits pretty well off both the sides. Looks like it's turning down. So we did get a big jump up with this, but then some selling right on the end, so we didn't quite close on the highs. Now we're getting followed through selling within this bar. So this bar, it started selling down, but it's since bought up about halfway. It looks like it's going to close to it toward its lows, but it wasn't all that strong of a bar. So it sort of sold down, went up, came back down, ended on its lows. Let's see if it kind of ticks below here, because there is the possibility for a second entry short. We are getting follow through. Look at that, that's quite a bit of follow through actually. Okay, we moved down quite a lot there. Quickly too, but then we found some buying on the double bottom. So I'm going with this downtrend being correct. Possibility for a second entry short still, but double bottom, so we'll have to see what happens. Got less than an hour left. Just kind of getting trapped at this double bottom. So we came down here with this super strong bar that got some buying basically instantly. And these two bars have just been chopping sideways within that. Moving sideways. Of course, as I say that, we might break lower here. That was kind of a lurch down. Struggling to get through that one little area down here. What level is that? 1225. Still the possibility of a second entry short. I wouldn't take one, so like I wouldn't take one saying this is the first. As I said that, we made a new low. I was gonna say I wouldn't take one as this being the first low and then like moving up and getting a second entry short. But now that we have this new low or treating this as a double bottom anyway, we could get a 1-2 up. That's what I would consider. But right now, this is all we have. It could be something like that. I like including this part though, so I'm gonna keep it kind of right here. Keep it right there. But the midline fits better if you go tight. Midline fits well there. I'll keep it there for now, even though this part doesn't touch. One, two, three, four, five stacked bars, 2 dojis, very sideways. Don't want to push through this support. Not right now. There's no room to get a second entry here either. It's funny how this feels so slow, but like within here, each one of these bars, it's 9 bars in 12 minutes. I'm basically trading, I don't know, what, like a minute and a half chart, basically. Imagine trading like a 5-minute chart. It's like going from here to here, 37 bars in 41 minutes. About a bar a minute, roughly. So like I'm trading like a 1-minute chart. And then sometimes, if I can find like a really voluminous area, like right here, it's probably within there, 6 bars, and well, it's about 1 a minute too. How about this? 22 bars in 5 minutes. Like that's really freaking quick. Anyway. Okay, I'm gonna drag this back out to where I kind of had it to start, which was about there. Looking like that's not really holding very well, or holding at all, probably. In fact, it could be just tight like that. It already has the break and new low, but I like the look of that though. So I don't know. 45 more minutes. So we have some clear support. It's possible we find some resistance somewhere. so I have to think, if we get a second entry short here, am I going to take that? Uptrend's played out. I'm going to push down below the EMA. It's only one leg up, so it makes me feel good about this downtrend being here. I think this downtrend is needing a break and new low. So depending on how this sets up, I might be willing to go short. Just go ahead and point this out that you have a double top. So I wouldn't just take a first entry here, possibly a second entry. And looks like we're going to continue up past this double top area. Need to be careful not to try and see something that's not there. Like right there, I was trying to force there being a resistance level, when realistically it's just not there. Just I need to react to what happens instead of forcing what I want to see out of the market. I think that does create a first entry. So that is a first entry short. Potential for a second entry here. Depending on how it sets up, I might take that. Looks like not quite a close outside, but this could be a close outside and a new high all in one bar, assuming this does close outside. So let's see how this bar reacts. Right now we're not getting any real bearish momentum. You go and click on this just so I can be ready in case something does kind of happen here. So nothing there on that bar. We might continue to work higher, but there's clearly that clearly will be right there, a close outside and a new high. Pretty clearly, I guess. Looks like a close outside, new high. If we get a tick above and a nice bearish bar, I'll probably take it. Just kind of leave this part up to discretionary. So just, what do I feel, you know? How do I feel about this entry? Just trying to zone in and watch how the bar is moving right now. What I want to see is some downward momentum, not just like a little doji. So far it's just been a doji. Very sideways, ticked off all of those, pretty much all those ticks, 2,000 ticks in a point and a quarter, hardly anything, very low volume. And it closes as a bearish bar, but it was really just a doji bar. It didn't have that momentum to it, so I'm not interested there. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 stacked bars. Congestive. And of course, it's possible this is a good second entry, and maybe I skipped it for no reason. It's always a possibility, but I didn't like how this bar closed. Looks like it probably is going to work out. Getting close at least. Yep, so it looks like that would have worked out there. Still hoping for a lower high, potentially. Looking for the break and new low here. And this uptrend is played out. Hoping that we'll get a little bit of a lower high. Looks like there was a little bit of a congestive area right here. The prices broke out, pulled back, another headed lower. Definitely possible to get a lower high, but we're getting a little bit far. We're moving and grooving. I would really bet the MAC marks that red. Looks like we're just going to go ahead and move on down there. And I am a little bit annoyed that I didn't take that one, because it seemed like there wasn't really any momentum there, but I'm pretty sure that that will be marked red. And it really shot down, so gonna have to study that later. That's what I'm here for. So we've just about hit the break and new low for this downtrend. Looks like we have a double bottom. Probably head to the new low very soon here. And back to there being basically nothing to do. Just gotta kind of wait. So we have hit that break a new low. Looks like prices are coming back and playing this downtrend. This would have been a very nice second entry short. Definitely got to study that one. So where I picked up that momentum idea was from Eric at Top Pick Trading. It has helped me on some trades, but it definitely has not helped on others. Lots of good trades today. Lots of good ones. I got one of them. But man, I mean, these should have been really easy trades. I wasn't here for these two. Should have been able to get these two though. I've got to look at this one again. I mean, this will be like an end of the day kind of thing, but I guess it's just kind of two sideways and a big bearish bar. So I entered too low, most likely. But then here we go. I entered kind of at the resistance after the trend had played out. So I think that's the only thing there. Anyway. Looks like we're moving towards a measured leg down. Boom, measured leg hit. And looks like if you draw this short-term downtrend, that you have kind of two legs. So downtrend, break, leg one, break, leg two, measured move. 1, 2. Basically perfect right there. So I just need to point out, I am a little bit upset that I didn't take this trade. So that means I need to be careful, and I'm considering just hopping off. But I'm not going to. I want to stay on for the entire time. But I need to be careful not to take any revenge trades, any, sort of like annoyed trades. So right now I'm seeing that this downtrend has a break and two legs down, measured moves. It's possible that we get a higher low to come back to the EMA, but I need to be sure that I'm not just looking at that because I want to take a trade, because I want to make up for missing this one. Because it's definitely a possibility. So putting that out there, hopefully keep myself accountable. Okay, possible higher low forming here. Breakdown, 1, 2, 3. Got 4 bars there. 4 stacked bars. Pretty sideways. It has merit. I can't take it though. I can't do it. It might work out, but I'm gonna beat my, okay, so if this works, if this doesn't work, I'm gonna beat myself up. If it works, whatever. Didn't even get the bullish bar there. Continuing past the measured move too. Okay, so I'm definitely getting more bearish biased as we're continuing down past this measured move. It's surprising to me because for the past while now, any sell-off has been met with some serious buying. And today, that has not been the case. So we had an overshoot and we had some buying. Then we had a spike in channel, overshoot, break, some buying. Now we're continuing down and it looks like we're going towards this break and new low. That's the target. Man, what a trade that would have been. But you just gotta let it go. Gotta let it go, move on. And yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and pull this back up here. So I don't think it's coming into play anymore. Now we're on to this trend. I'll be honest, I just really want to be done for the day. I would like to just hop off. But I'm here for practice. I've got 27 and a half more minutes. And they're going to fly by and I'm going to love it. So I would still consider taking a short because this was such a strong downtrend. Even though this downtrend has a break and new low, it looks like this one is in play and it looks like it was just broken. So I think that this is in play. Or something real tight like that. Looks valid to me. And then I think that we could get a second entry short. Looks like we have one leg up here. And we'll close outside of that little move. Close outside of that one little leg up. We're mainly moving sideways. So we had kind of a balanced bar, big bullish bar, and then a sideways bar, and another doji inside. Okay, we got a break below, so that's a first entry short. And looks like we might just continue to the break and new low of that secondary downtrend. indeed, that's what it looks like. Made basically a double bottom there. Got some follow through selling, but then it quickly jumped back up as it approached those lows. Jumped back up and then kind of dropped back down to around halfway, right there in the end. Getting a tad follow through. And we're moving to the break and new low. So that's a double bottom, new low. Okay, so that's played out. Everything to the downside has played out, except for this major spiking channel that has the overshoot. And it looks like we're headed down to these lows right now. I'd like to know how big this is. 25-ish points. Interesting. So now I'm definitely still down biased. I think that prices are headed down here. That's where it looks like. But I don't want to take a short unless we see a full correction. A full correction being a leg back, a break, and a full leg back. Something like that on a slightly larger scale. So I wouldn't just want to take a tiny little second entry short off the EMA, especially after the break and new low. But if we see a full correction, something like this, that is a different story. I wanted to see if there's any kind of resistance up there that was kind of holding, and it's kind of an informal resistance level, like maybe a zone, but nothing that's super cut and dry. Lots of sideways action later in the day. So down, break, decent amount of sideways, but like chopping down. A great day to trade. Really is a great day to trade, even though I didn't do super well. But I imagine if I was like surfing or something, it's the same thing. There's probably great days to surf. There's great waves sometimes. But, you know, you just don't always surf that well. Continued down movement. It's of course possible that there's an even larger downtrend. But I'd rather go with something like that. Maybe a spiking channel. Whatever it is, we're clearly barreling down towards these lows. We're getting there quick too. So after it hits this, I'm wondering if we're going to start seeing that buying, that late day buying that we've been seeing. And if we go back, I'll be right back. I'm back. I thought someone was knocking at the door, but wow, we have just shot down here. That is a huge down movement. So everything has played out to the downside now. Like everything. This downtrend, I mean, it's possible there's a slightly wider one maybe. It's definitely possible, but at this point, I think everything's played out. tell you what, I am not challenging all that selling. I mean, there's a small chance that I take a second entry short off this trend line, but with everything already having played out and being so far away from the EMA, it just doesn't feel quite right. But there is a lot of downward momentum. Probably pass. Stacking within this bar. So we had all these series of bearish bars closing on their lows, dropping down in 4 minutes. It's like 10 points, 4 minutes, not too shabby. But now we're moving sideways, so we got this. I mean, this first bar where it started to have some buying, we got this very neutral bar, and then 1, 2, 3 dojis stacked within it for congestion. Looks like that. Maybe even tighter. Definitely there though. And now you're getting, I was going to say a second entry short, but not quite. You're just kind of chopping sideways still. So yeah, I'm not going to take a second entry right here. No way. If anything, I'd be tempted to take something long now that everything's played out. Take something long back to the EMA, but man, this is a lot of selling. Feels like that's an easy way to get trapped. You did see something similar up here though, where the uptrend played out. There's a congestive area, a breakout pullback. So you might get something like that here, where the downtrend is played out. Everything's played out actually. Congestive area, you might get a breakout pullback to head back to the EMA. So maybe something like that. But let's see what this downtrend looks like, because I think this might come into play here. It's possible. So far, it's in play. Congestive. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dojis all within this bar. And so far this downtrend is holding, getting a new low there, continuing down. So there was definitely this congestive area. This looks like it was a slight failed breakout, or slight breakout of this congestive area. It's probably going to cause a break of this potential downtrend. So my guess is after this break lower, it's going to cause some buying to come in and probably fill the gap to the EMA. Or not. So we've made a breakout pullback. So prices broke lower, they pulled back, tested that, and they're continuing to try and head lower. Here we go. Okay, there's the buying. So I'm considering, I don't really think that downtrend is right. I think it is really like this. I think this has a break a new low, and then we get this sort of congestion. So still considering maybe a long back to the EMA, but it's really risky. It's really risky. I know it is. I think I just want to take a trade. All right, just gotta go hands off for a little bit. Even though I'm pretty sure that's where prices are going. There's no real setup anyway, so just gotta let it go. So there we go. Traded on up there. Downtrends all played out. And I am going to pull this back up to where I had it because it looks like there's a little failed breakout. Tries to hold again, but ends up pushing prices out the high side back to the EMA. And we just have 13 more minutes. Can you tell I'm ready to be done? Let's just run through what's happened today. Downtrend, overshoot, break, spike in channel, overshoot, break, new low. That's on the broad scale, skipping everything inside. I'm so tempted to just go ahead and call it, but I really just want to make it all the way through and just do it, prove it to myself. Trying to figure out what's going on. I mean, obviously uptrend played out, downtrend played out, downtrend played out. This bigger downtrend is still possibly correct, but I don't really like it. I don't really like the look of that. It could be a spike in channel, but I feel like I'm getting too fancy there, and that doesn't fit. So I think that's the best bet. I think it's all played out. It's the downside. I think this range is probably expanding a little bit. Something like that. Basically a measured move up before prices came back down. Coming back within the range. Just moving sideways, which is expected after everything plays out. I would be shocked if something happened in the next 7 minutes, other than just kind of sideways action. It'll be really interesting to see what happens after the close, because like I said, we've been rallying up like every single day after the close. And now that everything's played out to the downside, it could happen. I don't think we're going to rally all the way up, but we could definitely see a nice, strong, taking back like half or so of this down day. Potential long entry with the 2 legs down to a support level. This one. It's a little out of my level. Don't even know if you'll get a good bar there, but let's see. Looks like it's going to be bearish. Continuing down. Shocker. I say that unsarcastically, actually. It is kind of shocking. So maybe like that. Maybe this trend is right. But man, that does not look right. But hey, if it plays out right, then I suppose so. Well, I am afraid that is it. So man, that is a lot of movement today. Quite a few really good trades. There's this one, which I did take. Awesome. This one's pretty good. I think that one's really good. This one's really good. That's a beauty. This is pretty good. Close to being green because of all that congestive action and having to trade kind of into those lows. In fact, because of that, I'll turn that one green. This one is a great trade. So yeah, not too bad. Go ahead and screenshot that.